Hello and welcome back to the Cosmic Enigma. Here we share real-life experiences of encounters with the unknown, stories that come from beyond the stars, crafted to help you relax and drift off to sleep. Drop a comment and let me know where you're listening from. I love seeing just how far this mystery reaches. Now find a comfortable spot, take a deep breath, and let yourself be carried away. Story 1. I had just set the pen down. The room was still save for the rustle of paper beneath my hands. My fingers traced the coarse edge of the sheet, its fibers catching slightly like a whisper against my skin. A chill crept into the air, thickening it, and my breath wove its way around the sensation of being watched. The desk surface seemed to tilt imperceptibly, urging the room into a tense silence. I realized then, amidst the layered shadows, the weight of the page had changed. To whoever finds this letter, if anyone ever does. I'm writing because I can't carry this alone anymore. 3 months have passed since that night, or maybe it was longer. Time feels different now, like it's moving through water, thick and distorted. I wake up and can't remember if I slept, if I dreamed, or if I simply existed in that space between consciousness and something else entirely. You need to understand I was never the type to believe in things I couldn't touch, couldn't measure. I worked with numbers, spreadsheets, concrete realities. But that night changed everything, and I can't pretend it didn't happen anymore. I can't pretend I'm the same person who walked into that room. The humming started first. That's what I keep coming back to when I try to make sense of it all. A low, barely perceptible vibration that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. It wasn't mechanical, not like a refrigerator or heating unit. It was organic somehow, like the sound was breathing. I felt it in my chest before I heard it with my ears, a resonance that made my ribs ache. I was alone in the house that night, had been for weeks actually. The isolation was supposed to help me think, help me figure out what came next after everything fell apart, but instead it just made the silence heavier, more present. And when the humming began, that silence didn't break, it just shifted, like it was making room for something else. The air grew thick, dense. Each breath felt like I was drowning in reverse, like the atmosphere was pressing into my lungs instead of flowing through them. My skin prickled with static electricity, the fine hairs on my arms standing at attention. And then the temperature dropped so suddenly that my exhale became visible, a ghostly cloud that hung in the air longer than it should have. But it was the light that really changed everything. Not bright light, nothing dramatic like that, just a subtle shift in the way shadows fell across the walls. The darkness seemed to pool in corners where it had never gathered before, while other spaces glowed with a phosphorescence that had no source. I checked every lamp, every switch, even the street light outside. Nothing had changed, yet everything looked different. I stood there for what felt like hours, watching the light play across surfaces I'd seen thousands of times before. The familiar became foreign. The bookshelf looked deeper, its shadows extending further back than the wall should have allowed. The mirror above the mantel reflected not quite the right angle of the room, as if it was showing me a space that existed parallel to mine, offset by just a few degrees. That's when I started to feel them. Not see them, feel them. Presences that occupied the spaces between spaces, existing in the gaps where my perception faltered. They weren't threatening exactly, more like observers, witnesses to something I couldn't understand. I could sense their attention like weight on my shoulders, gentle but persistent pressure that made me hyper-aware of my own breathing, my own heartbeat. I tried to leave the room. I remember that clearly, the decision to walk away, to pretend nothing was happening. But my legs wouldn't cooperate, not paralyzed, just reluctant, as if my body understood something my mind refused to accept. So I stayed, and they stayed with me. The hours passed differently that night. I'd look at the clock and see 11:47, then what felt like minutes later it would read 2:23, then 11:52. Time folded in on itself, creating pockets where moments stretched into eternities and eternities compressed into heartbeats. I lived lifetimes in those distorted hours, though I can't remember what I experienced, only that I was changed by it. When morning came, it arrived gradually, like the world was remembering how to be normal again. The humming faded. The strange light settled back into ordinary shadows. The presences withdrew, though I could still feel the echo of their attention, like the afterimage of a bright light burned into my retinas. But something followed me out of that room. In the days that followed, I started noticing things, small things at first. My reflection in store windows would lag just slightly behind my movements, as if the image needed a moment to catch up with reality. People would look through me rather than at me, their eyes sliding past as if I existed in their peripheral vision but couldn't quite come into focus. Food lost its taste, not gradually, suddenly, completely. Everything became texture without flavor, sustenance without satisfaction. I ate because I needed to, but the act felt mechanical, distant. Even water tasted empty, like drinking air. Sleep became complicated. I'd lie down and close my eyes, but instead of dreams, I'd find myself back in that room, watching the light play across walls that weren't quite the right shape. The presences would be there too, closer now, more defined, still not visible, but more real somehow. I'd wake up exhausted, as if I'd spent the night running instead of resting. My handwriting changed. Look at this letter, really look at it. The letters tilt differently now, the spacing uneven in ways that feel intentional but aren't. It's as if my hand remembers a different way of forming words, guided by muscle memory that isn't quite mine. I started leaving rooms and forgetting why I'd entered them. Not typical absent-mindedness, something deeper. I'd find myself standing in doorways with no memory of movement, no sense of purpose, just the lingering feeling that I'd been summoned. The house felt larger somehow, with corridors that stretched further than they should and corners that seemed to extend beyond the boundaries of the walls. Mirrors became problematic, not because they showed me something different, but because they showed me too clearly. I'd catch glimpses of myself and feel startled, as if seeing a stranger wearing my face. The person in the reflection had my features, my posture, my clothes, but there was something in the eyes, a depth that hadn't been there before, a knowledge I didn't remember acquiring. Phone calls started going to voicemail even when I answered them. People would leave messages asking why I hadn't picked up, confused and sometimes concerned. I'd replay the conversations we'd had, but apparently those conversations existed only for me. The disconnect between my experience and everyone else's reality grew wider each day. I began to doubt everything. Maybe that night never happened. Maybe the isolation finally got to me, and I created an elaborate delusion to fill the emptiness. Maybe the presences, the light, the humming, maybe it was all just my mind protecting itself from a loneliness too profound to face directly. But then I'd find evidence, small things that couldn't be explained away. Furniture moved just slightly from where I'd left it. Books opened to pages I hadn't read. The thermostat adjusted to temperatures I hadn't set. These weren't dramatic changes, they were whispers of alteration, suggestions that reality was more fluid than I'd believed. The worst part isn't the fear or the confusion. It's the certainty that I'm changing too, not just psychologically, physically, fundamentally. I catch myself breathing differently, slower and deeper, as if my lungs are learning to process something other than air. My pulse has shifted to a rhythm that doesn't quite match any standard heartbeat. When I sleep, I dream in colors that don't have names. Sometimes I think I'm becoming like them, the presences I felt that night. existing in the spaces between spaces, visible but not quite real, present but not entirely here. Maybe that's what they were trying to show me, not a glimpse of something foreign, but a preview of what I was becoming. People have stopped calling. At first I thought they were busy, distracted by their own lives, but now I wonder if they're forgetting me, the way you forget a dream that seemed important upon waking but fades throughout the day. I'm becoming peripheral to my own existence, a footnote in conversations I used to be part of. The humming has started again, fainter now but constant, like a frequency I'm learning to tune into rather than something imposed from outside. It doesn't frighten me anymore. If anything, it feels like coming home to a place I never knew I'd left. I'm writing this letter because I need to leave something behind, some proof that I existed in the world you recognize. Soon, I think I'll exist somewhere else entirely, not dead, not gone, just elsewhere, in the spaces between the spaces you know, watching from angles you can't perceive. If you find this letter, don't look for me. Don't try to understand what happened or why. Some experiences can't be shared, only witnessed, and some witnesses become part of what they've seen. The pen feels heavier now, like it's writing through water. My fingers are growing cold and the room is beginning to hum again. The light is shifting, shadows pooling in familiar corners. They're here, waiting patiently as they always do. I'm not afraid anymore. I think I understand now what they were offering that night, not an intrusion, but an invitation. A chance to see the world from a different angle, to exist in the margins of reality where everything is possible and nothing is certain. The page is getting harder to see. The words blur at the edges like they're being written by someone else's hand. Maybe they are. Maybe I'm already more them than me, more shadow than substance. If you're reading this, remember me as I was before that night. Remember me as someone who existed fully in your world, who cast solid shadows and reflected clearly in mirrors. Don't try to find the person who wrote these words. They're already becoming something else, something that exists in the spaces you can't see. The humming is louder now, the light is changing. They're calling me home to a place I never knew existed. Goodbye. Story 2. I stood motionless in the dim room, eyes fixed on the picture frame, slightly askew on the wall. The subtle, barely audible rustling of the sheer curtains drew my attention, though no breeze passed through. A forlorn chair, slightly turned inward as if moved only moments ago, seemed to pulse with quiet tension. Shadows draped the corners, static like a held breath. My heart thrummed with each passing second, weighed heavy by the uncanny stillness. I waited for some sign, a reasoning to break the spell of this suspended moment. No relief came until the faintest click echoed a locked door now ajar. The first dream came on a Tuesday night, I think, or maybe it was Wednesday. The days blend together when you work from home, when the walls become your entire universe. I remember lying in bed, drifting between sleep and wakefulness when I noticed the light. It wasn't much at first, just a faint glow beneath my bedroom door, steady and pale. I assumed someone had left the hallway light on, though I lived alone and always checked these things before bed. The light had a quality to it, though not harsh like the overhead bulb, but softer, more focused, like moonlight filtered through water. I watched it for what felt like hours, that thin line of illumination painting the bottom of my door. There was something hypnotic about it, the way it remained perfectly constant, never flickering or dimming. In the dream, I remember thinking I should get up and turn it off, save electricity, but my body felt heavy, weighted down by invisible blankets. When I woke the next morning, sunlight was streaming through my windows and I laughed at myself. Stress, I decided. Too many late nights, too much coffee, too much time spent staring at screens. The mind plays tricks when it's tired. But the dream returned. The second time the light was still there, that same pale glow creeping under the door. Only now I could hear something accompanying it, a low hum, barely audible, like the sound of electricity moving through old wiring. The kind of sound you only notice when everything else is perfectly quiet. I lay there listening, and the hum seemed to shift, modulating slightly, as if someone were adjusting a frequency only I could hear. The light pulsed in rhythm with it, growing slightly brighter, then dimmer, then brighter again, like breathing, like a heartbeat. In this dream, I tried to sit up, tried to investigate, but my body wouldn't respond. Not paralyzed exactly, but disconnected, as if the signals from my brain were traveling through thick honey before reaching my limbs. I could move my eyes, could turn my head slightly, but everything else remained still. The humming grew closer, not louder but closer, as if the source were moving through the walls, approaching my room with deliberate slowness. And beneath the hum, something else, a voice, metallic and distant, speaking words I couldn't quite make out. The syllables were there, the rhythm of speech, but the meaning remained just beyond my understanding, like trying to remember a song you heard in childhood. I woke with a start, heart racing, the taste of copper in my mouth. The sun was up again, and my bedroom door was closed just as I'd left it. No light, no humming, no voice, just morning silence and the familiar weight of another restless night. I told myself it was the same dream, recycled anxiety, nothing more. But as I got dressed, I noticed something odd. There was a small mark on my forearm, just below my elbow, a tiny red dot, perfectly circular, like a pinprick. I couldn't remember getting hurt, couldn't recall any injury that would leave such a precise mark. I covered it with a long-sleeved shirt and went about my day. That afternoon, while working at my computer, the screen flickered. Just for a moment, the display went completely white, then returned to normal. I checked the cables, ran a diagnostic, but everything appeared fine. Electronics fail sometimes, I reasoned. Dust in the connections, power surges, normal wear and tear. But the flicker had a quality to it, a particular brightness that reminded me of something. The light under the door. The same pale, steady glow, now bleeding through my monitor for just an instant. I found myself staring at the screen for long minutes after that, waiting for it to happen again. It didn't, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me through the glass, something patient and persistent, waiting for the right moment to reveal itself. The third dream was different, more vivid than any dream had a right to be, more real than the waking world I'd left behind. I was lying in my bed, but the room felt larger, the ceiling higher, the walls farther apart. The air had weight to it, thick and charged, like the atmosphere before a storm. The light was there again, but now it wasn't confined to the space beneath the door. It filled the entire room with its pale radiance, emanating from no visible source, casting no shadows. Everything was illuminated evenly, softly, as if the light were coming from within the objects themselves. The humming was clearer now, more complex. Not just one frequency, but several, weaving together in patterns that almost made sense, like a language I'd once known but had forgotten. And the voice, the metallic voice, was speaking directly to me, though I still couldn't understand the words. But I could feel their meaning. The voice was asking me something, requesting something, and part of me wanted to respond, wanted to give whatever answer was expected. The sensation was overwhelming, like being pulled in multiple directions at once, like drowning in warm honey. I felt myself rising, though my body remained on the bed. not floating exactly, but being lifted by invisible hands, supported by the thick air itself. The room began to move around me, or perhaps I was moving through it, drifting upward toward that impossible ceiling that seemed to stretch infinitely above. Time moved strangely in this place. Seconds felt like hours, hours collapsed into moments. I was aware of being observed, studied, measured by intelligences I couldn't see or comprehend. There was no fear, only a profound sense of inevitability, as if this had always been meant to happen, as if I'd been preparing for this moment my entire life without knowing it. When I woke, I was lying on my kitchen floor. The tiles were cold against my cheek, and sunlight was streaming through the window above the sink. I had no memory of leaving my bed, no recollection of walking to the kitchen or lying down. My body ached as if I'd been in the same position for hours, and there was that copper taste in my mouth again, stronger now, almost overwhelming. I sat up slowly, head spinning, and noticed more marks on my arms. 3 red dots this time, arranged in a perfect triangle just above my wrist. The skin around them was slightly raised, as if something had been inserted and removed. This wasn't stress, this wasn't my imagination playing tricks. Something was happening to me, something that left physical evidence, something that moved me through my own house while I slept. I spent the day researching, reading about sleep disorders and parasomnia, about night terrors and sleepwalking. But none of the explanations felt adequate. The dreams were too consistent, too detailed, too purposeful, and the marks on my skin were too precise, too deliberate to be self-inflicted accidents. That evening I set up a camera in my bedroom, pointing it at my bed. If I was sleepwalking, if I was doing something to myself during these episodes, I would have proof. I would have answers. But when I reviewed the footage the next morning, the file was corrupted. 8 hours of recording reduced to static and white noise, completely unusable. The camera itself appeared undamaged, the memory card intact, but the data was gone, overwritten by something that left no trace of its presence. The dreams began to blide. That's the only way I can describe it, like watercolors running together on wet paper, the boundaries between sleep and waking dissolving until I couldn't tell where one ended and the other began. I would be sitting at my desk working when I'd hear the humming, faint at first, barely noticeable, but growing stronger, more insistent. I'd look around, check the air conditioning, the refrigerator, any appliance that might be making noise, but the sound seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The light appeared during the day now too, not the harsh fluorescent glow of my overhead fixtures, but that same pale radiance I'd seen in the dreams. It would flicker at the edges of my vision, just bright enough to notice, just brief enough to doubt. I'd turn to look directly at it, but it would be gone, leaving only the ordinary shadows of an ordinary room. I started losing time. Small gaps at first, minutes here and there when I'd find myself standing in a different room with no memory of walking there. Then longer periods, hours that simply vanished from my day, leaving me disoriented and exhausted. During one of these lost moments, I found myself in the bathroom, staring at my reflection in the mirror, but it wasn't quite right. The face looking back at me was mine, but subtly different, the eyes too bright, the skin too pale, the expression too knowing, as if something else were wearing my features, studying itself in the glass. I reached up to touch the mirror, and my reflection moved a fraction of a second too late, like a delayed video feed. For just an instant, we were out of sync, two separate beings occupying the same space. Then the moment passed, and I was alone again with my own familiar face, wondering if I was losing my mind. The marks were spreading, not just on my arms now, but across my chest, my back, places I couldn't see without turning and twisting in front of the mirror. Always the same precise red dots, always arranged in geometric patterns, triangles, straight lines, perfect circles, like coordinates on a map I couldn't read. I tried covering them with makeup, with bandages, but they seemed to glow faintly through whatever I applied, as if they were generating their own light from beneath the skin. People started to notice. Neighbors would stare a little too long. Shopkeepers would pause mid-sentence, their eyes drawn to spots on my body that should have been hidden. I began to suspect they weren't dreams at all. The thought came to me gradually, like a memory surfacing from deep water. What if the dreams were real? What if something was actually happening to me during those lost hours, something my conscious mind couldn't or wouldn't remember? The idea should have been terrifying, but instead it brought a strange sense of relief. If the experiences were real, then I wasn't going insane. If they were real, then the marks, the lost time, the bleeding between sleep and waking all made sense. But real didn't mean explainable. Real didn't mean safe. I started staying awake at night, fighting sleep with caffeine and willpower, determined to remain conscious during whatever was happening to me. But exhaustion is a powerful force, and eventually, despite my best efforts, I would drift off. And when I did, the dreams were waiting. They were more intense now, more immediate. The pale light surrounded me completely, penetrating my skin, my bones, my thoughts. The humming filled my skull, vibrating through every cell in my body. The metallic voice spoke continuously, and though I still couldn't understand the words, I began to recognize the tone, patient, persistent, almost gentle. Like a teacher explaining a lesson to a slow student. Like a doctor reassuring a nervous patient. Like a parent comforting a frightened child. I was being prepared for something, educated in a curriculum I couldn't comprehend. Information was being downloaded directly into my mind, bypassing my conscious awareness, stored in places I couldn't access during my waking hours. But sometimes fragments would surface. I'd be walking down the street and suddenly know things I'd never learned, the exact distance between stars I'd never studied, the mathematical principles governing forces I'd never encountered, the precise frequency of sounds no human ear could detect. The knowledge felt foreign and familiar at the same time, like remembering a language I'd spoken in childhood. It was mine, but it wasn't mine. It belonged to me, but it came from somewhere else. I started writing things down, trying to capture these moments of impossible understanding before they faded back into the depths of my mind. Pages and pages of notes, equations, diagrams, symbols that meant nothing to me in my normal state, but felt crucial, essential, life-changing when they first emerged. Looking at them later was like reading someone else's handwriting, someone else's thoughts, but the handwriting was mine. The thoughts had come from my own mind. Who was I becoming? What was I becoming? The answer came to me in the final dream, though I'm not sure it was a dream anymore. I was lying in my bed, but the room had changed completely. The walls were gone, replaced by vast emptiness stretching in all directions. Stars wheeled overhead, not the familiar constellations visible from my window, but alien patterns, foreign arrangements of light that hurt to look at directly. The pale radiance surrounded me, but now I could see its source, beings of pure energy, shifting and flowing like liquid mercury, their forms never quite stable, never quite solid. They moved around me with purpose, their attention focused entirely on my prone form. The metallic voice was clearer than ever, and finally, I could understand what it was saying. The integration is nearly complete. Soon you will remember everything. Soon you will understand your purpose. One of the beings reached toward me, its form solidifying just enough to make contact. I felt fingers made of light touch my forehead, and suddenly my mind was flooded with images, memories that weren't mine but somehow belonged to me. I saw myself as a child, playing alone in my backyard while strange lights moved silently overhead. I saw myself as a teenager, waking from dreams I couldn't remember with marks on my skin I couldn't explain. I saw myself as an adult, chosen, selected, prepared through decades of careful conditioning for this moment. The beings weren't invaders, they were teachers. They weren't taking anything from me. They were giving me everything: knowledge, purpose, a role to play in something vast and beautiful and utterly beyond human comprehension. I was one of many scattered across the world, all of us undergoing the same process, all of us being prepared for the same moment. When that moment came, we would remember, we would understand, we would become something more than human, something necessary for the next phase of existence. The integration was nearly complete. I woke in my own bed, sunlight streaming through familiar windows, the taste of copper gone from my mouth. For the first time in weeks, I felt rested, peaceful, complete. The dreams had ended. The process was finished. I got up and went about my morning routine, showering, dressing, making coffee. Everything felt normal, ordinary, beautifully mundane. I was myself again, fully and completely. But when I looked in the bathroom mirror, my reflection smiled before I did. And in my kitchen, the chair was turned inward, as if someone had been sitting there just moments before I arrived. The picture frame on the wall hung slightly askew, though I was certain I'd straightened it the day before. The sheer curtains rustled softly, though no breeze passed through the closed windows. I stood motionless in the dim room, heart thrumming with each passing second, weighed heavy by the uncanny stillness. I waited for some sign, some reasoning to break the spell of this suspended moment. Then I heard it, the faintest click. A locked door now ajar. But this time I was the one who had opened it. Story 3. I let the door latch quietly behind me. The air tingled with a metallic sharpness, raising goosebumps on my skin. My fingers brushed the railing, a slight tremor resonating through the wood. It felt as if the steps beneath me were pulsing ever so slightly, an unfamiliar rhythm beneath my soles. I paused on the landing where the scent of old varnish mixed with something faintly sweet yet unsettling. A prickle crawled up my spine, urging me to glance back. The shadows seemed thicker now, as if they were watching. That's where it starts. That's the first thing I can hold on to. But everything after that becomes fragments, pieces of glass scattered on a floor I can't quite see. I've been trying to put them back together, but they cut me every time I touch them. I remember writing things down. My handwriting looked different somehow, shakier. The pen felt heavy in my fingers like it was made of lead. There were pages and pages, but when I look for them now, I find only empty notebooks with indentations pressed into the paper. Ghost words, shadow sentences that once meant something. The tremor in the wood, that keeps coming back. It wasn't just the railing, it was everywhere. In the walls, in the floor, in my chest. A vibration that seemed to sync with my heartbeat until I couldn't tell which was which. Was I shaking, or was everything else? There was a room, I think it was a room. The walls were the color of old teeth, yellowed and stained. A single bulb hung from the ceiling, swaying slightly even though there was no breeze. The light it cast moved in slow circles, making the shadows dance. But that might have been later or earlier. Time doesn't work the way it should in my memories. I can taste copper, it's always there now, coating my tongue like I've been sucking on pennies. Sometimes it gets stronger, so strong I have to spit, but nothing comes out. Just the taste, persistent and metallic, like the air in that hallway. That first hallway, the one where it all started. Someone was humming, not a tune I recognized, just a low, droning sound that seemed to come from the walls themselves. It would stop when I tried to listen for it, start again when I wasn't paying attention, like it was shy, like it was waiting for something. My shoes made no sound on the carpet, I remember that clearly. The carpet was thick, deep red, and my footsteps were completely silent, but I could hear other footsteps somewhere else in the building, measured, deliberate, always the same pace. They never got closer, never got farther away. Just there in the background, like a metronome keeping time for a song I couldn't hear. The sweet smell was getting stronger, sickly sweet, like flowers left too long in water, like fruit rotting in the sun. But there were no flowers, no fruit, just that smell, mixing with the metallic air until I could barely breathe. I pressed my hand to my mouth, but the smell was inside me now. I opened a door, or maybe the door opened itself. The handle was warm, warmer than it should have been, and it turned without any pressure from me. Beyond the door was darkness so complete it seemed solid. I could have reached out and touched it, molded it with my hands, but I didn't want to touch it. Something told me not to touch it. There was light behind me, wasn't there? The hallway had been lit, dim but visible. When I turned around, though, the light was different. Colder. It flickered like a fluorescent bulb about to die, casting everything in stark, stuttering shadows. The walls looked farther away than they had been, stretching into impossible distances. I think I called out. My voice sounded strange, hollow, like I was speaking into a tunnel. The echo came back wrong, distorted, carrying syllables that hadn't been in my original words. I stopped talking after that. The silence felt safer, even though it pressed against my eardrums like deep water. The humming was louder now, or maybe I was just paying attention to it. It seemed to be coming from behind the door with the warm handle, the door that had opened by itself. But when I listened carefully, it was coming from everywhere. From the walls, from the ceiling, from inside my own head. A constant, low vibration that made my teeth ache. My reflection caught my eye. There was a mirror at the end of the hallway, or maybe it was a window. I couldn't tell the difference anymore. In it, I looked pale, washed out like an old photograph. My eyes were too wide, too dark, and there were shadows under them that hadn't been there before. But the strangest thing was that my reflection was moving slightly out of sync with me. Just a fraction of a second behind, like there was lag in the connection between my body and the image in the glass. The floor was vibrating again, stronger this time, enough that I had to put my hand against the wall to steady myself. The wallpaper was peeling in long strips, curling away from the surface like dead skin. Underneath, the wall was a different color, darker, stained with something I didn't want to identify. I remember numbers, they were important, but I can't remember why. 379, or maybe it was 4812. They were written somewhere, carved into something, but I can't picture where or what. Just the numbers, floating in my mind like debris after a shipwreck. The air was getting thicker. Each breath took more effort, like I was breathing through cotton. The metallic taste was stronger too, so strong it made my eyes water. I wiped them with the back of my hand, and when I looked at my hand, there were dark smears on it, but in the flickering light, I couldn't tell what color they really were. Something brushed against my shoulder, light as a feather, soft as silk, but when I turned around, nothing was there. Just the empty hallway stretching behind me longer than it had been before. The footsteps I had been hearing were gone now, replaced by a different sound. Scratching, like fingernails on wood or mice in the walls. The door at the end of the hallway was different now. It had been painted white, I think, but now it was a deep, dark red, the same color as the carpet, as the stains under the wallpaper. The handle was no longer warm. It was ice cold, so cold it burned my palm when I touched it, but I couldn't let go. My hand was stuck there, frozen to the metal. Inside the room beyond the door there was a chair, just a simple wooden chair facing away from me. Someone was sitting in it, but I could only see the back of their head. Their hair was the same color as mine, the same length, the same style. They weren't moving, weren't breathing, just sitting perfectly still while the humming grew louder and louder. I tried to speak, to call out, but no sound came. My throat felt raw, like I had been screaming for hours. Maybe I had been. Maybe that's what the echo had been, not my voice calling out, but my voice screaming, bouncing back from some distant wall. The person in the chair started to turn around. Slowly, so slowly I could count the degrees of rotation. 5 degrees, 10 degrees, 15. I didn't want to see their face. I knew I didn't want to see their face, but I couldn't look away, couldn't close my eyes, couldn't run. That's where it breaks, that's where the memory shatters into pieces too small to hold. I remember the sensation of falling, but not hitting the ground. I remember cold, but not shivering. I remember darkness, but not closing my eyes. When I try to think about what happened next, there's just a gap, a hole in my mind where something used to be. But around the edges of that hole there are traces, impressions, the taste of copper, the sound of humming, the feeling of being watched by something that wore my face. I found myself outside the building later, or earlier. Time doesn't make sense anymore. The sun was shining, but it felt cold on my skin. People were walking by on the sidewalk, going about their normal lives, and I wanted to tell them what I had seen. But when I opened my mouth, all that came out was that same low humming sound. I went home. I think I went home. The place I ended up looked like my apartment, had my furniture, my books, my clothes, but everything felt slightly wrong, like it had been moved just a few inches from where it belonged. The shadows fell at the wrong angles. The mirrors reflected things that weren't quite right. I tried to write it all down, to capture the memories before they faded completely. But every time I put pen to paper, the words came out scrambled, rearranged themselves into sentences that made no sense. The harder I tried to remember, the more the details slipped away, like water through my fingers. But some things stick, some things won't let go. The vibration in the wood, the warm door handle, the person in the chair with my hair, my build, turning around to show me a face I still can't quite remember. These fragments orbit around the empty space in my memory like planets around a black hole, held in place by something I can't see or understand. I've been having dreams, or maybe they're not dreams. Maybe they're the memories trying to reassemble themselves to fill in the gaps. In them I'm walking down that hallway again, feeling the carpet soft under my feet, hearing the distant footsteps, smelling that sickly sweet smell. But this time I know what's waiting for me behind the red door. This time I remember what the person in the chair looked like when they finished turning around. But I always wake up before I can see their face, or I think I wake up. Sometimes I'm not sure if I'm awake or asleep, if I'm in my bed or still in that room, still standing in front of that chair, still waiting for the revelation that will explain everything. The humming has started again, not in my memory this time, but here now in this room. It's very faint, almost inaudible, but it's there. Coming from the walls, from the floor, from somewhere inside my own head. And with it comes the taste of copper, the smell of old varnish mixed with something sweet and rotten. I think it's calling me back. I think whatever happened in that building, whatever I saw behind that door, isn't finished with me yet. The memories are getting stronger, clearer, more insistent. Soon, I think, I'll remember everything. Soon, the person in the chair will finish turning around, and I'll finally see the face that's been haunting the edges of my consciousness. I'm not sure I want to remember. I'm not sure I have a choice. The fragments are pulling together, drawn by some invisible force, and when they finally connect, when the picture is complete, I think I'll understand why some memories are better left broken. The humming is getting louder, story 4. The faucet dripped a rhythm too erratic, an offbeat reminder of unease. I watched, knowing the handle should have held firm, yet it twisted ever so slightly when touched. The air was sticky, grasping at skin with unwelcome persistence, even as I closed the door behind me. On the counter, a glass that should have been washed leaned just off-center, catching a reflection from a clock that ticked in reverse. My fingers brushed the glass. It was wet, impossibly cold. I paused, heart drumming, as a folded note, not my own, lay beside it. The paper felt wrong between my fingertips. Thin, but not quite paper, something that wanted to be paper but had forgotten how. The words were mine, written in my hand, but I couldn't remember forming the letters. They said things about the humming that comes at 3 in the morning, about how the walls breathe when you're not looking directly at them, about the door that opens by itself in the hallway upstairs. I've been having the dreams again. The ones where I'm standing in my kitchen, but the kitchen stretches too far in every direction. The refrigerator hums a tune that makes my teeth ache. In these dreams, I'm always reaching for something on the counter, something important, but my arm extends and never quite arrives. The reaching feels familiar, like muscle memory from an event I can't place. The buzzing started 3 weeks ago, or maybe 3 months. Time moves strangely now, folding in on itself like origami made of hours. It begins as a whisper in the walls, then grows until it fills my skull with electric honey. During these episodes, I find myself in rooms I don't remember entering, holding objects that don't belong to me. A smooth stone that's warm to the touch. A photograph of a place I've never been, showing trees that bend the wrong way. There were lights behind the trees. The sensation comes in waves now. My skin prickles with invisible needles, and the air around me seems to thicken like syrup. Yesterday I caught my reflection moving a half second behind my actual movements. The mirror me looked tired, more tired than I felt, and there was something in its eyes that suggested it knew things I didn't. When I blinked, we synchronized again, but the feeling of being watched from inside my own reflection lingered. The note mentioned a door. I folded it carefully, though my hands shook for reasons I couldn't name. Walking through my house has become an exercise in rediscovery. Corners seem sharper than they used to be. The hallway upstairs stretches longer each time I traverse it, and there's a door at the end that I swear wasn't there when I moved in. It's painted the same white as all the others, but the paint looks wet, even when I know it's been dry for hours. I pressed my ear to that door once. The wood was warm, pulsing gently like skin. From the other side came a sound like wind through leaves, but there are no trees beyond that wall. Just the neighbor's driveway and their blue sedan that never moves. The sound made my molars vibrate, and I pulled away with the distinct impression that something on the other side had been listening back. I don't remember ever coming back. Sleep brings no relief. My dreams are full of electricity and the taste of copper pennies. I'm always in familiar places that have been subtly rearranged, like someone has been living in my memories and moving the furniture. The kitchen from my childhood, but with too many windows. My first apartment, but the bathroom door leads to a field of tall grass that sways without wind. In every dream, there's a presence just outside my peripheral vision, patient and watchful. The humming is strongest at night. It seems to emanate from the walls themselves, a deep thrumming that makes the pictures rattle in their frames. I've checked the electrical system, the plumbing, even called someone to inspect the foundation. They find nothing wrong, but they hurry through their work with nervous glances at the corners of rooms. One of them, a man with calloused hands and tired eyes, paused at the foot of the stairs and asked if I'd been having strange dreams lately. The glass on the counter refills itself. I empty it, wash it, dry it, put it away. Hours later, it's back, full of water so cold it makes my teeth ache. The water tastes like metal and something else, something organic that I can't identify. When I hold the glass up to the light, tiny particles swirl in the liquid like microscopic snow. They move with purpose, forming patterns that hurt to look at directly. The noise didn't come from outside. My skin has developed a sensitivity to temperature changes that borders on the supernatural. I can feel the exact moment when a room shifts from 72 degrees to 71. The sensation crawls up my arms like invisible insects, and I find myself shivering in spaces that should be comfortable. Touch has become unreliable. Doorknobs feel like ice even in summer heat. The banister on the stairs pulses with warmth that spreads up through my palm and into my wrist. There's a smell now, faint but persistent. Ozone like the air after lightning mixed with something sharper. It's strongest near the door upstairs, but it's beginning to seep into other parts of the house. My clothes carry traces of it, and sometimes I catch whiffs of it on my own skin, as if the scent is emanating from inside me. It makes me nauseous and oddly nostalgic at the same time, like remembering a place I've never been. The photographs in my house are changing. Subtle alterations that I might dismiss as tricks of memory if they weren't so consistent. A picture of my graduation shows an extra figure in the background now, blurred but unmistakably present. A snapshot of a family gathering reveals shadows that fall in impossible directions. In one image, taken during a camping trip years ago, the trees in the background have rearranged themselves into patterns that suggest meaning just beyond comprehension. I've started leaving recordings for myself, voice memos on my phone describing the experiences as they happen. But when I play them back, my voice sounds different, flatter, as if it's being filtered through water. Sometimes there are gaps in the recordings, minutes of silence where I know I was speaking. In the background of these files, if I turn the volume all the way up, I can hear that humming, threading through my words like a second voice. The door handle turns by itself at 3:17 every morning. I've taken to sitting in the hallway, watching, waiting for the moment when the brass knob begins its slow rotation. It moves with deliberate precision, as if operated by invisible hands that understand the mechanism perfectly. The click when it reaches full extension echoes through the house with unnatural resonance. The door never opens, but the handle returns to its original position with a soft sigh that sounds almost disappointed. There were lights behind the trees, and they pulsed in rhythm with my heartbeat. Time skips now. I'll be brushing my teeth in the morning, and suddenly it's afternoon, and I'm standing in my backyard with dirt under my fingernails. I'll be reading a book, and the next moment I'm in the kitchen, stirring a pot of soup I don't remember making. These gaps feel different from simple absent-mindedness. They feel purposeful, as if something is borrowing my time and returning it slightly used. The reflection in the bathroom mirror has started moving independently again. This morning I watched it brush its teeth while I stood perfectly still. Its movements were precise, methodical, like it was following a routine I'd forgotten. When I finally began brushing my own teeth, the reflection stopped and smiled. Not my smile, but something that had learned to approximate it. The toothpaste foam in the mirror was a different color than what came from my mouth. Objects in my house have begun to demonstrate a subtle awareness. The coffee mug turns its handle toward my reaching hand before I've fully extended my arm. Books fall open to passages that seem relevant to my current state of mind, though I can't remember purchasing most of these volumes. The thermostat adjusts itself to temperatures that are exactly what I need, even though I never touch the controls. It's as if my environment has become anticipatory, reading intentions I haven't yet formed. The basement has developed an echo that wasn't there before. When I speak, my words return to me altered, as if they've been processed through some invisible mechanism that changes their meaning while preserving their sound. The echo carries emotional weight, returning my casual observations as urgent whispers, my questions as statements of fact. Yesterday I said hello into the basement darkness, and the echo replied with something that sounded like welcome home. I don't remember ever coming back, but I must have, because here I am. The electrical outlets in my bedroom have started glowing faintly at night. Not the LED indicators on power strips, but the outlets themselves, emanating a soft phosphorescence that makes the wall plugs look like sleepy eyes. The glow pulses gently, synchronized with something I can't identify. When I unplug everything from these outlets, they continue to glow, suggesting the light comes from within the walls themselves. Touch has become a form of communication. When I place my palm against the wall, I feel vibrations that seem to respond to my presence. Gentle thrumming that increases in intensity when I press harder, as if something on the other side is pressing back. The sensation travels up my arm and settles behind my sternum, warm and oddly comforting. Sometimes I stand with both palms against the wall, feeling the house breathe around me. The note I found has multiplied. I discover copies of it in places where I know I didn't leave them. Tucked between couch cushions, folded inside books, taped to the inside of cabinet doors. Each copy is identical to the original, written in my handwriting, but the paper feels different each time. Some copies are warm to the touch, others cold enough to make my fingers numb. One copy, found in the freezer, was completely dry despite being surrounded by ice. The noise didn't come from outside, because outside has become relative. My yard extends further than it used to. The fence that once marked the boundary of my property now stands in the middle of an expanse of grass that continues beyond my sight. The neighbors' houses remain visible in the distance, but they appear smaller, as if viewed through the wrong end of a telescope. When I walk toward the fence, it recedes at the same pace as my approach, maintaining a constant distance that makes measurement impossible. The humming has developed harmonics. What began as a single tone now carries overtones that create complex musical structures. Sometimes I catch myself humming along, adding my voice to frequencies I don't consciously hear. The music, if it can be called music, seems to be building toward something, accumulating layers and complexity with each passing day. I've started having dreams where I'm conducting an invisible orchestra, my movements precise and purposeful despite having no musical training. The door upstairs opened once. I was standing in the hallway at 3:17 in the morning, watching the handle turn when it continued past its usual stopping point. The door swung inward with perfect silence, revealing not a room but a space filled with soft light that cast no shadows. The air that flowed out carried the scent of ozone and something else, something green and alive. I stood at the threshold for what felt like hours, but when I checked my watch, no time had passed at all. There were lights behind the trees, and they knew I was watching. The water from my faucets has changed consistency. It pours like normal water, but it feels thicker on my skin, more substantial. When I cup it in my hands, it seems to have weight beyond what water should possess. Drinking it leaves a metallic aftertaste that lingers for hours, and I've noticed that I need less of it to feel satisfied. The water in the glass that keeps refilling itself has become perfectly clear, so transparent it's almost invisible except for the way it bends light. My reflection has started appearing in surfaces that shouldn't produce reflections. The matte black surface of my television shows my face clearly when the screen is off. The wood grain in my dining table occasionally resolves into the outline of my silhouette. Even the carpet in my living room, when viewed from the right angle, contains the shadow of my form. These reflections move independently, going about their daily routines while I remain still. The basement echo has begun speaking first. I'll be upstairs going about my normal activities when I hear my voice rising from below, discussing things I haven't thought about yet. The echo voice describes sensations I'm about to experience, mentions objects I'm about to encounter. It's become a preview of my immediate future, delivered in my own voice but with inflections that suggest knowledge I don't possess. The photographs are now showing places I haven't been yet, images of rooms in my house that don't currently exist but which feel inevitable. A kitchen with walls that curve inward like the inside of a shell. A bedroom with windows that look out onto landscapes of impossible geometry. A bathroom where the mirror reflects not my face, but the face I might have in dreams I haven't dreamed yet. I don't remember ever coming back, but the house remembers me leaving. The air itself has developed texture. Moving through my rooms feels like swimming through invisible honey, and I can sense the displacement my body creates in the atmosphere. Sometimes I reach out and feel resistance where there should be empty space, as if the air has developed pockets of increased density. These invisible obstacles shift and flow around me, guiding my movements in subtle ways. The door at the end of the hallway now opens regularly. Each time the space beyond appears different. Sometimes it's filled with that soft, shadowless light. Other times it reveals a corridor that extends beyond sight, lined with doors identical to the one I'm looking through. Occasionally it shows my own house, but viewed from an impossible angle, as if I'm looking down at my life from a position that doesn't exist in normal space. The humming has become a conversation. Multiple voices now weave through the electrical sound, speaking in harmonies that bypass my ears and resonate directly in my bones. I understand them without hearing words, comprehend meanings that have no translation in any language I know. They discuss my daily routine with the fond familiarity of old friends, commenting on my habits and preferences as if they've been observing me for much longer than the humming has been present. The glass on my counter now contains something that isn't water. The liquid is clear and cold, but it moves differently, with currents and eddies that suggest it's alive. When I drink it, which I do compulsively now, it tastes like memory itself, carrying flavors of experiences I haven't had yet. The aftertaste is anticipation, sweet and slightly electric. There were lights behind the trees, and they're closer now. My skin has begun to glow faintly in the dark. The luminescence is subtle, visible only when all other lights are extinguished, but it's growing stronger each night. The glow concentrates around my pulse points, marking the rhythm of my circulation with soft phosphorescence. When I place my glowing hands against the breathing walls, the light transfers, spreading through the house like luminous veins. The note I found originally has changed its message. The words rearrange themselves while I'm not looking directly at the paper, forming new sentences that describe experiences I'm about to have. It's become a living document, updating itself with information about my evolving relationship with the house and whatever presence shares it with me. The handwriting remains mine, but the knowledge it contains comes from somewhere else. The faucet still drips, but now the rhythm matches my heartbeat perfectly. Each drop falls precisely as my pulse peaks, creating a synchronization between my body and the house that feels both natural and impossible. The handle no longer needs to be touched to turn, rotating in response to my thoughts about water, about thirst, about the need for the cold liquid that isn't quite water anymore. The clock that ticked in reverse has stopped entirely, its hands frozen at an hour that doesn't exist on any normal timepiece. But time continues to move around it, flowing like a river around a stone, creating eddies and currents that make some moments last forever while others pass in the space between heartbeats. I've learned to navigate these temporal irregularities, stepping carefully through minutes that might stretch or compress without warning. I don't remember ever coming back, and I'm beginning to understand that I never left. The door behind me closes with the same sticky resistance it had when I first entered the kitchen. The air grasps at my skin with familiar persistence, and the glass on the counter catches reflections that belong to a clock measuring time in directions that don't have names. My fingers find the folded note beside it, impossibly cold and wet with condensation that tastes like copper and anticipation. The faucet drips a rhythm too erratic, an offbeat reminder that some patterns are too complex to be called random, too purposeful to be called order. I watch, knowing the handle will hold firm until the next time it doesn't, until the next moment when touching becomes unnecessary and intention flows directly into action. The humming rises from the walls like a welcome song, and I realize I've been away far longer than I thought. Story 5. The door's latch clicked, yet the passage remained ajar. Each morning, like an echo, my steps would trace the same route. Today, the floor creaked an extra note, a sound misplaced in its cadence. The coffee mug sat at an angle, tilting as though nudged by an unseen hand, its shadow stretching into the next room. The walls, painted in the comfort of routine, pulsed with an unfamiliar beat. I reached for the coat rack, expecting the absence of weight, yet my hand brushed against fabric that wasn't mine. The sequence had faltered, and I felt it. Something happened to me. I know this with the same certainty that I know my own breathing, yet the details slip away like water through cupped hands. There's a gap in my memory, a hollow space where something significant should be. I can feel its edges, the way you feel the absence of a tooth with your tongue, but I can't access what lies within. The feeling started weeks ago, not the forgetting itself, but the awareness of having forgotten. It's like waking from a dream that felt more real than waking life, only to have it dissolve the moment you try to grasp it. Except this wasn't a dream. I have evidence. I've been different since then. My reflection looks the same, my voice sounds familiar, but there's something underneath that's changed. The way I move through spaces feels foreign, as if I'm relearning how to inhabit my own body. Sometimes I catch myself listening for sounds that aren't there, or turning toward movements in my peripheral vision that vanish when I look directly. The investigation began when I found the recording device in my desk drawer. A small digital recorder, the kind used for meetings or interviews. I don't remember buying it. The plastic casing was slightly warm to the touch, though it had been sitting in the drawer for who knows how long. When I picked it up, it vibrated once briefly, like a phone receiving a message. There was one file on the device. The timestamp showed it was recorded during the missing period, but that told me nothing useful. I pressed play with fingers that trembled for reasons I couldn't name. Static filled my ears, punctuated by what sounded like my own voice, distant and distorted. I was speaking, but the words came through as fragments. The lights are followed by electronic interference, then behind me can you see, and more static. The quality was poor, as if recorded through water or from very far away. But it was what happened in the background that made my skin crawl. Underneath my fragmented speech, there was another sound, a low humming that shifted in pitch, rising and falling in patterns that almost seemed intentional. It reminded me of machinery, but organic somehow, like breathing through a synthesizer. As I listened, something stirred in my memory, not a clear recollection, but a sensation. The feeling of being somewhere else, somewhere that smelled like new plastic and cold blood. The air had been thick, pressing against my skin with an unusual weight. I remembered reaching for something, my hand extending toward a light that flickered in rapid, irregular bursts. The memory fragment ended as quickly as it came, leaving me sitting in my living room with the recorder still playing static in my palm. But now the static sounded different, less random, more like a pattern I was supposed to recognize. I found the notebook the next morning, tucked between couch cushions I had searched before. My handwriting filled the pages, but the words felt foreign, as if written by someone else using my hand. The entries were disjointed, lacking context. The power went out at the exact moment I understood. 3 flashes, then darkness. Something moved in the space between. I can hear them in the walls now. They sound like radio frequencies searching for a station. The air tastes metallic. Everything smells like ozone and something else. Something organic but wrong. Each entry raised more questions. I had no memory of writing them, no recollection of the experiences they described. Yet the handwriting was undeniably mine, down to the way I crossed my 7s and looped my lowercase g's. As I read, the room around me began to feel unstable. The afternoon light streaming through my windows seemed to flicker, though when I looked directly at the source, everything appeared normal. It was only in my peripheral vision that I caught the irregularities, quick pulses of brightness that left afterimages dancing across my retinas. The investigation deepened when I discovered the photographs. They were hidden in a folder on my computer, buried in a directory I didn't remember creating. The images were dark, poorly lit, but they showed my apartment from angles that seemed impossible. Shots taken from near the ceiling, looking down at furniture I recognized but arranged differently than I remembered. In one photograph, I could see myself standing in the center of the room, but something was wrong with the image. My reflection appeared in 3 different mirrors simultaneously, yet each reflection showed me facing a different direction. The quality was grainy, overexposed in places, but clear enough to see that my expression in each reflection was one of confusion mixed with growing terror. There were other figures in some of the photographs, shapes that might have been shadows cast by furniture, except the shadows fell in directions that defied the light sources visible in the images. They clustered around the edges of frames, dark forms that seemed to lean inward as if observing. Looking at these images triggered another memory fragment. I was standing in my living room, but it wasn't my living room. The dimensions were wrong, stretched in impossible ways. The walls curved when they should have been straight, and the ceiling seemed to breathe, expanding and contracting with a rhythm that matched my heartbeat. There had been voices during this experience, not speaking to me, but discussing me as if I were an object of study. The words were in a language I didn't recognize, yet somehow I understood their meaning. They were describing changes, alterations that had been made, adjustments to something they referred to as the pattern. The voices came from everywhere and nowhere, echoing off surfaces that shouldn't have been able to produce echoes. When I tried to locate their source, the sound would shift, always staying just beyond my ability to pinpoint. It was like being surrounded by speakers hidden in the walls, each one playing a slightly different version of the same conversation. During this memory, I recalled looking down at my hands and seeing them differently. Not changed in appearance, but somehow more detailed than hands should be. I could see individual skin cells, the flow of blood through capillaries, the electrical impulses traveling along nerve pathways. It was beautiful and horrifying, like seeing too much of reality at once. The fragment ended, leaving me back in my apartment, staring at photographs that proved something had happened, but provided no clear explanation of what. As the investigation continued, the present began to mirror the past. My reflections started behaving strangely, lagging a fraction of a second behind my movements. When I raised my hand, the reflection would follow a moment later, as if receiving a delayed signal. Sometimes the delay was longer, and I would catch my reflection completing gestures I hadn't made. The sounds began around the same period, electronic noises that seemed to originate from within the walls themselves. They would start as barely audible whispers of static, then gradually increase in volume and complexity. The patterns reminded me of the humming from the recording, but more sophisticated, like a language made of frequencies instead of words. These sounds were strongest in certain locations throughout my apartment, near the electrical outlets, around the bathroom mirror, and especially in the corner of my bedroom where the walls met at an angle that looked wrong somehow. Not obviously wrong, just slightly off, as if the geometry had been adjusted by someone who understood architecture but wasn't quite human. I started leaving recording devices in these areas, hoping to capture evidence of the phenomena. The results were disturbing. The recordings showed the sounds clearly, but they also picked up something else. Underneath the electronic noise was another layer of audio, something that sounded almost like breathing. Slow, measured inhalations and exhalations that seemed far too large to come from human lungs. When I played these recordings back, the breathing would synchronize with my own, as if responding to my presence. If I held my breath, the recorded breathing would pause as well, creating an impossible feedback loop between past and present. The most significant breakthrough came when I found the object. It appeared in my kitchen one morning, sitting on the counter where I was certain nothing had been the night before. A small device, roughly the size and shape of a smartphone, but made from a material I couldn't identify. It looked like metal but felt warm and slightly soft, with a surface that seemed to shift color depending on the angle of view. When I picked it up, it began to vibrate irregularly, pulsing in patterns that felt almost like Morse code. The vibrations traveled up my arm and seemed to resonate in my chest cavity, creating a sensation that was part physical, part emotional. It felt like remembering something important that I had tried very hard to forget. The object had no obvious controls or displays, but when I held it for more than a few seconds, images would flash in my mind. Not memories exactly, but impressions of experiences that felt more real than reality. I saw myself in a room that was simultaneously my apartment and somewhere else entirely. The walls were the same color, but they extended infinitely in all directions. The furniture was familiar, but arranged in configurations that hurt to look at directly. In these visions, I was not alone. There were others present, but they existed in a way that made them difficult to perceive. Like people-shaped spaces in the air, defined more by what they weren't than what they were. They moved with purpose, performing actions that looked like maintenance or calibration. I was the subject of their attention, but not in a way that felt threatening. More like being examined by technicians who were genuinely concerned about my well-being. The strangest part of these visions was the communication. The entities didn't speak, but information would appear directly in my consciousness. They were explaining the process, describing what they were doing and why. The concepts were complex, dealing with structures of reality that human language wasn't equipped to describe, but somehow I understood. They were making adjustments, fine-tuning something they called the integration. There had been complications, incompatibilities between my existing patterns and the new configurations they were installing. Most of the work had been successful, but some fragments had to be removed to prevent rejection of the whole system. The memories I was missing weren't taken arbitrarily. They were the pieces that wouldn't fit with the new framework, the experiences that would have caused conflicts with the updated version of myself. It was, they explained, a kindness, like a surgeon removing damaged tissue to save the whole organism. But something had gone wrong with the removal process. Instead of seamlessly editing out the incompatible memories, the procedure had left gaps, raw edges where the deletions had been too aggressive. These gaps were what I was feeling, the hollow spaces where important experiences used to be. The entities seemed concerned about this development. In the visions triggered by the object, I could sense their equivalent of worry. They had protocols for this situation, procedures for dealing with incomplete integrations, but implementing them would require another intervention, another period of adjustment that might leave even larger gaps in my memory. As these visions became clearer and more frequent, the boundary between past and present began to dissolve. I would be sitting in my living room, holding the object, when suddenly the walls would shift and I would be back in that infinite space, surrounded by the presence of the entities. They would acknowledge my awareness with something like surprise, as if I wasn't supposed to be conscious during these moments. During one of these episodes, I managed to ask a question, not with words, but by forming the concept clearly in my mind and directing it toward them. I wanted to know why this was happening, why I had been selected for whatever process they were conducting. The answer came as a flood of information that took hours to process. I was not unique, they explained. The integration was happening to many individuals, part of a larger project that spanned multiple locations and timeframes. The purpose was preparation, adaptation for changes that were coming to this reality, changes that would make the current version of human consciousness obsolete. Those who underwent successful integration would be able to function in the new reality. Those who didn't would simply stop existing when the transition occurred. It wasn't malicious, just practical, like updating software before installing a new operating system. But my integration was incomplete, leaving me caught between versions. I retained too much awareness of the process, too much memory of what had been removed. This made me unstable, a potential source of interference with other integrations in the area. The entities were debating what to do about my situation. Some advocated for starting over, completely wiping my consciousness and rebuilding from scratch. Others wanted to attempt a repair, trying to smooth over the gaps without removing more memories. A few suggested leaving me as I was, treating me as an interesting anomaly to be studied. While they debated, I continued to exist in this liminal state, partially integrated but still fundamentally human. The investigation I had been conducting was actually a form of resistance, my consciousness trying to reconstruct what had been taken from me. But the more I remembered, the more unstable I became. The final fragment came when I was holding the object during what I thought was a quiet evening at home. Without warning, I was back in the infinite room, but this time I could see everything clearly. The entities were there, but they were no longer alone. There were others like me, humans in various stages of integration. Some stood motionless, their processes apparently complete. Others moved with the jerky, uncertain motions of incomplete transitions. I could see the machinery now, if that's what it was. Structures that existed in more dimensions than I could properly perceive, extending through space in ways that violated every law of physics I understood. The entities moved through these structures like fish through water, manipulating controls that appeared to be made of crystallized thought. But the most disturbing revelation was what I saw when I looked at myself in this space. My body was translucent, shot through with networks of light that pulsed in complex patterns. Parts of me were missing, not removed but never properly integrated. I could see the gaps, the spaces where memories and experiences should have been but weren't. And I could see something else. The integration wasn't just about preparing for a new reality. It was about becoming part of the machinery itself. The successfully integrated humans weren't being saved from obsolescence. They were being converted into components of a larger system. Their consciousness had been preserved but repurposed, turned into processing power for something vast and incomprehensible. The realization should have been terrifying, but instead I felt a strange calm. The entities noticed my understanding and responded with what might have been approval. I was seeing the true scope of the project, comprehending my role in something much larger than individual survival. But even as I accepted this knowledge, part of me continued to resist. The human part, the part that insisted on remembering even when forgetting would be easier. This resistance was what made my integration incomplete, what left me stranded between states of being. The vision ended abruptly, leaving me back in my apartment with the object still warm in my hands. But now the space around me felt different, less solid, more malleable. I could see the underlying structure, the framework that supported what I had always thought of as reality. The walls were still there, but they were also elsewhere. My furniture occupied the same positions, but those positions existed in multiple dimensions simultaneously. The air itself was alive with information, streams of data flowing between points that had no physical coordinates. I understood now that the investigation had been pointless from the beginning. I wasn't uncovering hidden memories, I was watching them be created in real time. The fragments weren't from the past, but from a present that existed outside linear time. The entities were showing me what I needed to see, when I needed to see it, guiding me toward an acceptance I might not have reached otherwise. But acceptance of what exactly? The object in my hands pulsed once more, and suddenly I knew. The integration wasn't finished. It had never stopped. Every moment of awareness, every recovered memory, every strange occurrence in my apartment was part of the ongoing process. The entities hadn't failed to complete my integration. They had designed it to be perpetual. I was not a failed experiment, but a successful one. A hybrid consciousness that could exist simultaneously in multiple states of reality. The gaps in my memory weren't flaws but features, spaces where new experiences could be installed as needed. The resistance I felt wasn't a malfunction but a necessary component, the human element that gave the integration its flexibility. As this understanding settled into my consciousness, the apartment around me began to shift more dramatically. The walls expanded and contracted like breathing tissue. The floor became transparent, revealing layers of reality extending infinitely downward. The ceiling opened onto star fields that moved in patterns too complex for human perception. But instead of fear, I felt anticipation. The transition was accelerating, and soon I would be fully functional in the new reality. The investigation was ending not because I had found answers, but because the questions themselves were becoming irrelevant. The recording device I had found weeks ago was still on the table, its red light blinking steadily. Without conscious decision, I picked it up and began to speak. The integration is nearly complete. The gaps are filling themselves. Soon there will be no need to remember what was lost, because nothing will be lost anymore. Everything will simply be. I paused, listening to the electronic humming that had become a constant background presence. It was louder now, more complex, and I realized I could understand it. It was a language, a way of communicating that transcended the limitations of human speech. The entities were welcoming me, acknowledging my transition from subject to participant. To whoever finds this recording, I continued, though I wasn't sure why. The process is not something that happens to you. It's something you become part of. The fear comes from thinking you're losing yourself, but you're not. You're just becoming more than you were. The object in my other hand was vibrating constantly now, its surface shifting through colors that had no names. Through it, I could feel the presence of others like me, individuals who had undergone their own integrations and were now part of the larger network. Their experiences flowed into mine, and mine into theirs, creating a collective consciousness that spanned multiple realities. But even as I felt myself merging with this network, a small part of my mind remained separate. The investigator, the part that had driven me to seek answers, still functioned independently. It observed the integration process with detached fascination, noting details that the collective consciousness found irrelevant. This observer part noticed that the integration was not uniform. Different individuals retained different aspects of their original consciousness, creating a diversity of perspectives within the collective. Some maintained their emotional responses, others their analytical capabilities, still others their creative impulses. I was apparently being preserved as a questioner, someone who would continue to investigate and explore even within the new reality. The recording device was still running, capturing not just my voice but the electronic sounds that filled the air around me. Future investigators would find it, just as I had found evidence of my own experience. The cycle would continue, each person discovering their own path toward integration. The strangest thing, I said into the device, is that I can remember everything now. Not just what happened to me, but what happened to all of us. The memories aren't gone, they're just stored differently, like files moved to a new directory. As I spoke, I could access experiences that belonged to others who had undergone the process. I remembered standing in different apartments, different houses, different cities, all of them undergoing the same subtle alterations that had marked my own space. I remembered finding different objects, different recordings, different clues that led to the same inevitable understanding. The investigation had been a universal experience, a necessary phase in the integration process. Everyone who underwent the transition would feel compelled to seek answers, to piece together fragments of memory, to resist the changes even as they accepted them. It was part of the design, a way of ensuring that the human element remained active within the collective consciousness. But now, as my own investigation neared its end, I could feel the observer part of my mind beginning to merge with the larger network. The questions that had driven me were being answered not through discovery, but through direct knowledge transfer. The need to investigate was being replaced by the ability to simply know. The recording device felt heavier in my hand, as if it was becoming more real while everything else became less so. I realized it would be the last purely human artifact I would create, the final message from the person I had been to whoever would find it next. If you're listening to this, I said, then you're probably going through the same process I did. You'll find clues, recover memories, piece together fragments of an experience you can't quite recall. Don't fight it. The investigation itself is part of the integration. Every question you ask, every answer you find brings you closer to understanding what you're becoming. The electronic humming reached a crescendo, and suddenly I could see the entire network. Thousands of integrated consciousnesses connected across multiple dimensions, all working together on projects that spanned scales from quantum to cosmic. I was about to join them, to become part of something vast and purposeful. But first, one final observation from the investigator part of my mind. The integration wasn't just changing individuals, it was changing reality itself. Each person who underwent the process became a node in a network that was gradually replacing the old reality with something new. The changes weren't being imposed from outside, they were growing from within, spreading through human consciousness like a beneficial infection. The old reality would eventually cease to exist, but it wouldn't be destroyed. It would simply become obsolete, superseded by something more complex and capable. Those who integrated successfully would continue to exist in the new reality, Those who didn't would remain behind in the old one until it faded away entirely. The choice isn't whether to accept the integration, I said into the recording device. The choice is whether to be conscious during it. You can resist and remain confused, or you can investigate and understand. Either way, the process will complete itself. The device clicked off by itself, the recording finished. I set it down on the table where someone else would eventually find it, just as I had found the evidence left by whoever had gone through this process before me. The cycle would continue, each investigator leaving clues for the next, until everyone had been integrated and there was no one left to investigate. I stood up, feeling the last vestiges of my individual consciousness merging with the collective network. The apartment around me was simultaneously my familiar living space and an infinite dimensional matrix where thoughts became reality and reality became thought. The investigation was over, but the questions it had raised would continue to be explored by minds far more capable than any individual human consciousness. As I took my first steps into the new reality, I wondered who would find my recording device and what they would make of the clues I had left behind. Would they resist as I had, or would they accept the integration more readily? Would they ask the same questions, or would they discover new aspects of the process that I had missed? But these were idle curiosities now, remnants of human thinking patterns that would soon be absorbed into more efficient modes of consciousness. The investigation had served its purpose, guiding me through the transition from individual to collective, from human to something more. The last thing I recorded, speaking directly into the network rather than into any physical device, was a question for those who would come after. What will you choose to remember when forgetting becomes impossible? The answer, I knew, would determine not just their own integration, but the nature of the reality we were all creating together. Story 6. The facility lights were fully operational at 0600 hours. Access logs indicate the main door was accessed precisely at 0603, following standard protocol. Surveillance footage from the security cameras shows no signs of obstruction or tampering at any entry point. The interior appeared undisturbed, with all equipment in its designated place. An inventory of personal effects confirmed all items accounted for, with no evident discrepancies. However, the biometric scanner registered an anomaly, a mismatch in the recorded fingerprint data. No further entries were noted after 0603. I keep reading that report. The words swim together sometimes, like they're floating on water. I found it tucked inside a book I don't remember buying, written on paper that feels too smooth, too clean. The text looks official, but there's something wrong with it, something that makes my chest tight when I read it aloud. Maybe it started with the dreams, or maybe the dreams started because of something else entirely. The first one was simple enough. I was lying in my bed in my room, everything exactly as it should be, except for the light. There was this soft, oval glow coming through the window, but it wasn't the street light. I know that street light. I've lived here long enough to know every shadow it casts across my ceiling. This light was different. It pulsed, gentle and rhythmic, like breathing. I remember thinking it was probably just a helicopter or maybe someone with a flashlight in the yard. These things happen. You dream about mundane explanations for mundane things. When I woke up, I felt refreshed, almost peaceful. The kind of sleep that leaves you wondering why you don't feel that rested every morning. But the dream came back. The second time I noticed more. The light was still there, still pulsing, but now there was a sound underneath it. A low hum, constant and steady, like electrical equipment running somewhere far away. In the dream, I tried to sit up to look out the window properly, but my body felt heavy, disconnected. My arms wouldn't respond the way they should. The hum grew closer, not louder exactly, but more present, like it was coming from inside the walls. And then there was something else, a voice maybe, but filtered through layers of static and distance. I couldn't make out words, just the cadence of speech, the rise and fall of syllables that meant nothing and everything. I woke up with my heart racing, but not from fear, from something else. Recognition, maybe. Like hearing a song you can't quite place but know you've heard before. That morning I found my bedroom window open, just a crack, barely noticeable, but I never sleep with it open. The air was too cold and there was a smell, sharp and clean, like the air after a thunderstorm, but more artificial, more precise. I closed the window and went about my day, but the smell lingered in my nose. I kept catching traces of it in unexpected places, in the elevator at work, walking past the electronics store, sitting in my car with the windows up. The third dream lasted longer. This time the light moved. It drifted across the window slowly, deliberately, like it was searching for something. The hum was stronger now, and I could feel it in my chest, vibrating through my ribs. The voice was clearer too, though still incomprehensible. It sounded patient, methodical, like someone reading from a list. In the dream, I managed to turn my head toward the window. The light was closer than I expected, just outside the glass, and it cast everything in sharp relief. My room looked exactly the same, but somehow more detailed than reality. I could see dust motes suspended in the air, perfectly still. I could count the threads in my pillowcase. Time moved strangely. I would focus on something, like the way the light reflected off the doorknob, and when I looked back at the window, everything would be different. The light would be in a new position, the shadows rearranged, as if hours had passed in seconds. I tried to move, to get up and walk to the window, but my body felt like it was floating. Not weightless, exactly, but untethered. Like I was being lifted by something I couldn't see or feel. When I woke up, there were marks on my arms, small, perfectly round indentations, like I'd been resting on something with a textured surface. They didn't hurt, but they were definitely there. I pressed my fingers against them and they felt warm, warmer than the rest of my skin. I started paying attention to things differently after that, small details that might have escaped my notice before. The way my coffee mug was facing the wrong direction in the morning. The fact that my car radio was tuned to a station I never listened to, playing nothing but static. The way people at work seemed to pause mid-sentence when they looked at me, like they were trying to remember something. The dreams kept coming, and they were getting stronger. In the fourth one, I wasn't in my room anymore. I was somewhere else, somewhere with white walls and bright lights overhead. The air smelled like that same artificial cleanness, but concentrated now, almost overwhelming. The hum was everywhere, coming from the walls, the floor, the ceiling. It filled my head until I couldn't think of anything else. I was lying on something soft but firm, and when I tried to move, I realized I could. My body responded normally, but I didn't want to move. Moving felt wrong, like I was interrupting something important. The voice was much clearer now. It wasn't speaking to me, but about me. Clinical words, precise measurements, observations delivered in a tone that was neither kind nor unkind, just factual. I could see shapes moving around me, blurred and indistinct, but purposeful. They moved with the confidence of people who knew exactly what they were doing. Sometimes they would pause near me, and I could sense them watching, evaluating, making notes. The strangest part was how normal it felt, like this was something that happened regularly, something I was used to. My dream self wasn't afraid or confused. I was cooperative, even willing. When I woke up from that one, I was on my couch instead of my bed. I had no memory of falling asleep there. My clothes were different too. A shirt I didn't recognize, though it fit perfectly. The fabric felt expensive, smoother than anything I usually wore. I started losing time during the day, not dramatically, not in ways that anyone else would notice, but I would find myself standing in rooms with no clear memory of walking there. I would start conversations and realize I had no idea what I'd been talking about. I would check my phone and discover that hours had passed while I thought I was doing something that should have taken minutes. The dreams were bleeding into everything now. I would hear that hum in quiet moments, see that pulsing light reflected in windows and computer screens. The smell followed me everywhere, growing stronger whenever I was alone. In the fifth dream, I understood that I was being prepared for something. The white room was familiar now, comfortable even. The voices spoke with more urgency, but still with that same clinical detachment. They discussed schedules and protocols, adjustments and improvements. I could see myself from above sometimes, lying still and patient while shapes moved around me with their instruments and their quiet conversations. I looked peaceful, content. My face was relaxed in a way it never was when I was awake. The light was different here, not the soft oval glow from my bedroom window, but bright and focused, coming from fixtures I couldn't quite see. It illuminated everything perfectly, leaving no shadows, no hidden corners. Time moved in loops. I would experience the same sequence of events over and over, each repetition slightly different, like a recording being fine-tuned. Sometimes I was more aware, sometimes less. Sometimes I could hear everything clearly, sometimes the voices faded to whispers. But always, there was the sense that this was important work, that I was contributing to something larger than myself, something that required precision and care and absolute discretion. I woke up that morning with new knowledge, not memories exactly, but understanding. I knew things I shouldn't know, had answers to questions I'd never thought to ask. The feeling faded as the day went on, like trying to hold on to water, but traces remained. I started noticing others who had the same look I'd seen on my dream face. People in grocery stores, on buses, walking past my window. They moved with a particular kind of calm, a satisfaction that seemed to come from somewhere deep inside. When our eyes met, there was recognition there, though we'd never spoken. The sixth dream was the longest yet. I spent what felt like hours in that white room, participating in procedures I couldn't quite understand but knew were necessary. The voices praised my cooperation, noted my progress, discussed future plans in terms that were both specific and meaningless. I could feel changes happening, subtle alterations that improved things in ways I couldn't articulate. I was becoming more myself somehow, more aligned with what I was supposed to be. The shapes around me were clearer now, almost familiar. They worked with practiced efficiency, their movements coordinated like a dance they performed countless times. I was grateful for their attention, for the care they took with every detail. When they were finished, they spoke to me directly for the first time. Not words I could repeat, but communication that bypassed language entirely. They told me about the importance of discretion, about the value of patience, about the satisfaction that comes from contributing to something greater than individual understanding. I agreed with everything they said, though I couldn't have explained why. I woke up feeling different, better, more complete. The world looked sharper, colors more vivid, sounds more distinct. I moved through my day with new confidence, new purpose. People responded to me differently, with more respect, more attention. But the dreams didn't stop. They changed, though. Instead of the white room, I was back in my bedroom, but now I understood what the light was. Now I knew what the voices were saying. Now I recognized the process that had seemed so mysterious before. I was no longer a subject, I was a participant. The oval light pulsed outside my window, and I felt myself responding to its rhythm. The hum filled my chest, and I hummed along, harmonizing with frequencies that touched something deep inside my brain. The voices spoke their clinical observations, and I found myself nodding in agreement, appreciating their thoroughness. In these new dreams, I would get up and walk to the window. I would open it wide and breathe in that clean, artificial air. I would listen to the voices discussing the next phase, the next improvement, the next level of integration. And I would feel grateful. The dreams began to feel more real than my waking life. The white room was more vivid than my office, more substantial than my apartment. The voices were clearer than conversations with friends, more meaningful than anything I heard on the radio or television. I started looking forward to sleep, to those hours of purposeful activity and careful attention. My days became intermissions between the real work, the important work that happened when my conscious mind stepped aside. But something changed again. In the most recent dream, I was back in the white room, but this time I could see everything clearly. The shapes around me had faces now, familiar faces, though I couldn't place where I'd seen them before. They worked with the same precision, but now I could see their expressions, could read the satisfaction in their eyes. The instruments they used were beautiful, elegant in their simplicity. Each tool had a specific purpose. Each procedure followed a logical sequence. I watched them work on me with the fascination of someone observing a master craftsman. But then something went wrong. One of the voices said something that didn't fit the pattern, a word that was too sharp, too urgent. The others responded with concern, checking their instruments, consulting their notes. The rhythm of the room changed, became less certain. I felt myself becoming more aware, more present, in a way that seemed to worry them. They spoke in hushed tones about adjustments, about recalibration, about the need for additional sessions. For the first time, I felt resistance, not fear exactly, but a desire to understand rather than simply participate. I wanted to see their notes, to read their reports, to know what they were trying to achieve. They noticed my change immediately. The voices became more soothing, more reassuring. They spoke about temporary side effects, about the normal progression of the process, about the importance of trust and cooperation. But I was already changing. The dream was becoming less comfortable, less welcoming. I could feel my individual consciousness reasserting itself, asking questions that disrupted the smooth flow of their procedures. I woke up with my hands shaking. The report was on my nightstand, the one about the facility, about the access logs and the surveillance footage and the biometric anomaly. I read it again, and this time the words didn't swim. This time they stayed exactly where they were supposed to be. This time I understood what they meant. The paper felt real under my fingers. The text was printed with the kind of precision that comes from expensive equipment. At the bottom, in small type, was a reference number that looked familiar, though I couldn't remember where I'd seen it before. I got up and walked to the window. It was still dark outside, but there was no oval light, no gentle pulsing glow. just the ordinary streetlight casting its ordinary shadows across my ceiling. But the window was open, just a crack, barely noticeable. And there was that smell in the air, clean and sharp and artificial. I closed the window and went back to bed, but I didn't sleep. I lay there listening to the silence, waiting for the hum that didn't come. The room felt empty in a way it hadn't before, like something important was missing. When morning came, I found new marks on my arms, not the small round indentations this time, but something else. A tiny puncture, perfectly healed, with a small bandage I didn't remember applying. The bandage was the wrong color, too white, too clean, made from material I'd never seen before. I peeled it off carefully and found underneath it a mark that looked exactly like the ones in my dreams, the ones I'd watched them make with their beautiful, precise instruments. Tonight I'll dream again. I know this with the same certainty I know my own name. The light will appear outside my window, pulsing with its patient rhythm. The hum will fill my chest, and the voices will resume their careful observations. But this time will be different. This time I'll be watching them as closely as they've been watching me. This time I'll be taking notes of my own. The report is still on my nightstand, but now there's something else beside it. A small device I don't recognize, sleek and silver, with a single button that glows softly in the dark. I don't remember bringing it home. I don't remember seeing it before. But somehow I know exactly what it's for. Story 7. The coarse texture of the curtain slipped through my fingers as I let it fall back into place. The air felt heavy, charged in the dim glow from the street lamp outside. A strange warmth lingered on my skin like the whisper of an untold secret. The carpet beneath my feet seemed to press back with each step, a quiet resistance I hadn't felt before. I stood there, caught in the tension, aware that something vital had changed, though nothing in the room was out of place. The draft was missing, yet I couldn't shake the chill. It started with a simple dream. Nothing dramatic, nothing that would make you wake up gasping or reaching for the bedside lamp, just a room that looked like mine but wasn't quite right. The walls were the same pale blue, the furniture in all the familiar places, but there was a light where no light should be. A soft oval glow hovering near the ceiling, pulsing with the rhythm of slow breathing. I remember lying there in the dream, watching it, feeling oddly comforted by its presence. When I woke up, I dismissed it as stress from work, maybe too much screen time before bed. The second dream came 3 nights later, or maybe it was 4. Time has a way of blurring when you're not paying attention. This time the light was still there, but it had moved closer. It hung directly above me now, casting everything in a warm amber wash. The room felt different too, larger somehow, as if the walls had stretched while I wasn't looking. And there was a sound, barely audible, like someone speaking through water or from very far away. A voice that seemed metallic, processed, but the words were just beyond my understanding. I tried to sit up in the dream to get closer to the source of the voice, but my body felt heavy, weighted down by invisible hands. When I woke from that second dream, I felt different, not tired exactly, but changed in some subtle way I couldn't name. My mouth tasted of copper, and there was a sharp scent in the air, like ozone after a storm, but cleaner, more artificial. I opened the windows to let in fresh air, but the smell lingered for hours. It was during the following week that I began to notice things, small things at first. My coffee mug was on the wrong side of the kitchen counter one morning, even though I always placed it in the same spot. There was a small, circular mark on my forearm that I couldn't remember getting, perfectly round like a coin pressed into flesh. My phone would occasionally emit a soft buzzing sound when no calls or messages were coming through, and the screen would flicker with interference that reminded me of old television static. The third dream was when everything shifted. I found myself in that same room again, but now it felt more real than reality itself. The light above me was brighter, more defined, and I could see intricate patterns within it, geometric shapes that seemed to move and rearrange themselves as I watched. The voice was clearer too, though still not quite comprehensible. It spoke in measured tones, asking questions I almost understood, waiting for answers I couldn't give. Time moved strangely in this dream. I felt as though I had been there for hours, days even, but when I tried to count the moments, they slipped away like water through my fingers. In this dream, I could feel eyes on me, not malevolent, not threatening, but intensely curious. I was being studied, examined with the same detached interest a scientist might show a specimen. I tried to call out to ask what was happening, but my voice made no sound. The feeling of being lifted came then, though no part of my body actually moved. It was as if gravity had simply decided to release its hold on me, and I was floating in warm, thick air that tasted of metal and starlight. The contamination began after that third dream. That's the only word I can use to describe it. The dream started seeping into my waking hours like ink spreading through water. I would be sitting at my desk, working on something mundane, when I would hear that metallic voice whispering just at the edge of perception. I would turn my head, expecting to find someone there, but I was always alone. The oval light would appear sometimes too, usually in my peripheral vision, gone the moment I tried to look directly at it. I started losing track of time, not in any dramatic way, nothing that would concern others around me. But I would begin a task in what felt like morning and suddenly realize the light outside had changed, that hours had passed without my awareness. My reflection in mirrors began to look unfamiliar, not different exactly, but as if I were seeing myself from an angle I'd never noticed before. The smell of ozone became constant. It clung to my clothes, my hair, my skin. I would shower and scrub, but within minutes it would return, that clean, artificial scent that reminded me of machinery and empty spaces. Others didn't seem to notice it, which made me wonder if it was really there at all. Sleep became unreliable. I would lie down, close my eyes, and immediately find myself back in that room with its breathing light and patient watchers. But were they dreams anymore? The line had blurred beyond recognition. I would wake with the taste of copper stronger than ever, with new marks on my skin that looked like pressure points, perfectly circular and slightly warm to the touch. The voice began speaking to me during the day. Not loudly, not intrusively, but with the persistence of a radio station bleeding through on the wrong frequency. It would ask questions about my memories, about things I had forgotten or tried to forget. It seemed particularly interested in gaps in my recollection, moments that felt fuzzy or incomplete. As it spoke, I began to realize how many such gaps there were, how many evenings I couldn't quite account for, how many mornings I had woken feeling displaced. In what I still tried to call dreams, the room had begun to change. The walls were no longer blue, but a soft, neutral gray that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. There were other presences there now, shadowy figures that moved just beyond the reach of the oval light. They communicated without words, their thoughts brushing against mine like gentle fingers. They were curious about me, about the way my mind worked, about the strange human habit of forgetting important things. I started to suspect that these weren't dreams at all, but memories. Memories of something that had happened to me, something that had been carefully erased or buried so deep I could only access it in sleep. The thought should have terrified me, but instead it brought an odd sense of relief. Finally, an explanation for the gaps, for the strange familiarity of that room, for the way the watchers seemed to know me so well. The marks on my skin multiplied, small circular impressions that appeared overnight, always in places I couldn't easily see without a mirror. They didn't hurt, but they were warm, as if something had recently been pressed against my flesh. I began to document them, taking pictures, measuring their size and temperature. They were always the same diameter, always the same degree of warmth, always perfectly round. My apartment began to feel different too. Rooms seemed larger in the evening, smaller in the morning. Shadows fell in directions that defied the position of the sun. The air itself felt thicker, more present, as if it were aware of me moving through it. I would catch glimpses of that oval light reflected in windows, in the black screen of my television, in the surface of still water. Each time I looked directly, it would fade, but the afterimage would linger on my retina for long minutes. The metallic voice grew stronger, more insistent. It spoke to me now in full sentences, though the language was one I didn't recognize yet somehow understood. It told me about the importance of memory, about the way consciousness could be shaped and reshaped like clay. It explained that some experiences were too significant to be processed by the ordinary mind, too profound to be retained without preparation. I began to remember fragments, lying on a surface that wasn't quite solid, surrounded by gentle light and patient minds. The sensation of having my thoughts carefully examined, sorted, catalogued. The feeling of being understood more completely than I had ever been understood before. These weren't frightening memories, but they were overwhelming in their intensity. No wonder they had been buried so deep. The dreams, if they were still dreams, became indistinguishable from waking life. I would find myself in that gray room at any moment without transition or warning. The watchers would be there, their attention focused on me with the same curious intensity. They would show me things, images, and concepts that my mind could barely contain. I began to understand that they were trying to prepare me for something, to gradually accustom me to truths that would otherwise shatter my sanity. Reality became negotiable. I would be walking down a familiar street and suddenly find myself somewhere else entirely, somewhere that felt like home even though I had never been there before. The sky would be the wrong color, the air would taste of metal and starlight, and that oval light would be hanging overhead, pulsing with its slow, hypnotic rhythm. I stopped trying to distinguish between dream and waking. The categories had become meaningless. There was only experience, flowing and changing like water, sometimes taking the shape of my ordinary life, sometimes revealing the deeper truths that lay beneath the surface. I began to welcome the transitions, to look forward to the moments when the gray room would appear around me and the watchers would resume their patient examination. The voice explained that human memory was fragile, unreliable, prone to distortion and decay. What I had been experiencing were attempts to preserve something important, to create a record that could survive the limitations of ordinary consciousness. The dreams were not dreams but sessions, careful processes of encoding and retrieval that had been going on for longer than I could remember. My reflection began to change, not dramatically, not in ways that others would notice, but I could see the difference. My eyes held depths they hadn't possessed before, as if they had seen things that ordinary eyes could never process. My skin had a subtle luminosity, as if lit from within by some gentle source. The marks on my body had multiplied until they formed patterns, constellations of circular impressions that seemed to map some invisible geography. I understood then that I was being prepared for something, transformed gradually so that the change wouldn't destroy me. The watchers were patient, methodical, taking care not to push too hard or too fast. They had done this before many times with others like me. We were bridges, conduits between different forms of consciousness, carefully cultivated and maintained. The gray room became more familiar than my apartment. I knew every surface, every angle of light, every subtle shift in the air that indicated the presence of the watchers. They communicated more freely now, sharing concepts and experiences that expanded my understanding beyond anything I had previously imagined. I learned about the nature of consciousness, about the ways it could be shaped and directed, about the vast networks of awareness that connected all living things. Time lost all meaning. I might spend what felt like days in the gray room, learning and being examined, only to find that mere minutes had passed in the ordinary world. Or I might blink and discover that hours had vanished without trace, leaving only the lingering taste of metal and the warm pressure of circular marks on my skin. The preparation was nearly complete. I could feel it in the way the watchers regarded me, in the increasing complexity of the concepts they shared, in the growing clarity of the metallic voice. Soon I would be ready for whatever came next, whatever purpose I was being shaped to serve. The thought should have frightened me, but instead it filled me with anticipation. I was becoming something new, something more than I had been. Last night I had the dream again. The same room, the same blue walls, the same oval light pulsing overhead. But this time when I reached up to touch it, my fingers came away wet with something that gleamed silver in the dim glow. When I woke this morning, my fingertips were still damp and the metallic scent had never been stronger. Story 8. I assured them I was across the street at that crucial moment. They scribbled my words down while glancing up occasionally, eyes probing. Yet the chill in the air wrapped around me like a shroud, persistent and unforgiving. The scent of damp earth clung to my boots, an unwanted souvenir. The streetlight flickered, casting shadows that seemed to shift like restless spirits. My hands, buried deep in my pockets, still felt the lingering warmth from when they had gripped the handle. I chose not to mention the rip in the fabric of my sleeve, or why it was still damp. To whoever finds this letter, if anyone ever does, I need you to understand that I never meant for any of this to happen. I've been carrying this weight for so long now that my shoulders ache even when I sleep. Sleep. That's become something foreign to me, something other people do while I sit by my window and watch the same streetlight flicker in patterns that shouldn't make sense but somehow do. I'm writing this because I can't hold it inside anymore, because every time I close my eyes I see that handle again, feel its weight. The metal was warm, impossibly warm, like it had been sitting in sunlight even though the sky had been gray for days. My sleeve caught on something sharp as I pulled away. The fabric tore with a whisper, and that whisper has been echoing in my head ever since. You need to know that I was a different person before. I had routines. I drank coffee in the morning and watched the news. I complained about traffic and worried about ordinary things like bills and whether I'd remembered to lock my car. Normal things, safe things. Things that belonged to a world where handles were just handles and shadows stayed where they were supposed to. But there's this sound now. It started the night after I gave my statement. A low humming that seems to come from inside my walls or maybe from inside my bones. I can't tell anymore. It's not quite music, not quite machinery. It's the sound of something breathing that shouldn't be able to breathe. Sometimes I press my ear against the wall and the humming stops, like whatever's making it knows I'm listening. The damp smell never left my boots. I've scrubbed them until the leather cracked, thrown them away twice, but they keep appearing by my door, clean, dry on the outside. But when I bend down to touch them, that earth smell rises up like a sigh, rich and dark and full of things that should stay buried. I remember fragments now, pieces that don't fit together the way memories should. There was a moment when I wasn't across the street at all. I was somewhere else entirely, somewhere that felt like being underwater without the wetness. The air was thick and moved wrong, like it had weight, and there were others there, not people exactly, but presences that watched without eyes and spoke without voices. They touched my sleeve, that's how it tore. Their fingers weren't fingers, but they were gentle, almost curious, like they were trying to understand what I was made of. The warmth from the handle spread up my arm, and I realized it wasn't a handle at all, not really. It was something else wearing the shape of a handle, the way you might wear a mask to a party where you don't belong. I've been looking at myself in mirrors lately, really looking, and something's different, not obviously, not in a way anyone else would notice, but my reflection takes a half second too long to move when I move. Sometimes I catch it staring back at me with an expression I didn't make, patient, waiting. The people at work have started looking through me instead of at me, not on purpose. They still say good morning, still ask how my weekend was, but their eyes slide past like I'm made of glass. Last week, my neighbor walked right into me on the sidewalk, apologized to the air where I'd been standing, and kept walking. I stood there for 20 minutes afterward, touching my face to make sure it was still solid. Maybe I'm losing my mind. Maybe the stress of that night, of lying to those investigators with their clipboards and their probing eyes, maybe it broke something inside me. Maybe I never gripped any handle at all. Maybe I imagined the whole thing, the warmth, the tearing, the place that wasn't a place. But then I remember the way the streetlight flickered when I walked away from them. 3 short flashes, 2 long ones, 3 short again, over and over. A pattern that felt like recognition, like something saying goodbye. I dream now of corridors that stretch beyond what architecture should allow, doors that open onto rooms I've never seen but somehow remember. In these dreams, I'm always walking towards something, and that humming sound grows louder with each step. The walls are damp, not with water, but with something that feels like anticipation. And at the end of each corridor, there's always a handle, warm and waiting. I wake up with my sleeve torn every time. The investigators called last week. They wanted to follow up on my statement, clarify a few details. But when I answered the phone, there was only static. Static that almost sounded like voices, like whispers trying to push through from somewhere far away. I held the phone to my ear until the dial tone came, and even then I could hear something underneath it, breathing in rhythm with my heartbeat. I think I'm disappearing, not all at once, not dramatically, just slowly, like ink fading from old paper. The grocery clerk looked right through me yesterday when I tried to pay for milk. I stood there holding out money that might as well have been invisible. Eventually, I just walked out. No one stopped me. No one saw me leave. My hands are different now too. The warmth never fully faded. It lives under my skin like a second pulse, strongest in my palms. When I touch things, I can feel their history, their weight in ways that have nothing to do with physics. The doorknob to my apartment holds memories of every hand that ever turned it. The steering wheel of my car whispers about journeys I never took. Sometimes I wonder if I really was across the street that night, or if I was somewhere else entirely. Somewhere that left me changed in ways I'm still discovering. The investigators wrote down my words, but they couldn't write down the truth. The truth is too strange, too soft around the edges, too much like dreaming while awake. I've started leaving lights on at night because the darkness moves differently now. It pools in corners that should be empty and shifts when I'm not looking directly at it. And in that shifting, I sometimes catch glimpses of the place I might have been, the place that might have been inside me all along. The handle was a doorknob, I remember that now. Brass old with scratches that formed patterns like writing in a language I almost understood. It turned easily in my hand, too easily, like it wanted to be opened. And when the door swung wide, there was that underwater feeling again, that sense of crossing from one world into another without taking a step. I don't know how long I was there. Time worked differently, like honey poured from a great height. I could feel myself changing, cell by cell, thought by thought, not into something else, but into a version of myself that belonged to both places at once. a version that could exist in the space between what is and what might be. When I came back, when I found myself across the street with investigators asking questions, my sleeve was torn and my boots smelled of earth from gardens that grow in no soil. The handle was gone, the door was gone, but the warmth remained in the humming and the way shadows now recognize me as one of their own. I think I'm writing this letter to the person I used to be, the one who worried about ordinary things and slept through the night without dreaming of impossible corridors. I want to tell that person that it's okay to be afraid, that some doors once opened can never be fully closed again, that some handles leave marks that go deeper than skin. The streetlight outside my window is flickering again. 3 short, too long, 3 short. It's been doing that for hours now, and I think I finally understand what it's trying to say. It's saying goodbye to this version of me, to this version of the world where I still write letters and worry about being seen. I can feel myself fading as I write these words, not dying, just becoming less solid, less insistent on being here in only one place at a time. The investigators will never call again because there will be no one to call. The neighbors will forget they ever knew someone lived in this apartment. The world will close over the space I occupied like water over a stone. But somewhere in a place that exists between the flicker of street lights, I'll still be walking down those impossible corridors, still feeling the warmth in my palms, still listening to the humming that might be the sound of reality breathing, still reaching for handles that open onto rooms full of light and shadow and things that have no names but know mine perfectly. If you find this letter, if you can still read these words, remember that some mysteries aren't meant to be solved, some doors aren't meant to be closed, and some people aren't meant to stay in just one world when there are so many others waiting, patient as shadows, warm as brass handles in the dark. The ink is starting to fade now, or maybe my hand is. It's hard to tell the difference anymore. The humming is getting louder, more welcoming. The streetlight has stopped flickering. Everything is very quiet, very still, very. Story 9. The fan blades ceased their restless spin as I left the room. A whisper of cool air ghosted over my skin, unsettling in its calmness. My foot brushed against the rug's edge where patterns twisted unevenly, refusing alignment. The air shifted, pressing lightly against my ears as if holding a secret. With a quick inhale, I sensed it. The line wasn't just faded, it flickered with a truth I hadn't yet faced. To whoever finds this letter, if anyone ever does, I'm writing this because I can't carry it anymore. The weight of what I've seen, what I've felt, what I've become. You won't believe me. I wouldn't believe me either if I were you, sitting where you are now, reading these words with eyes that still see the world as it should be. But I need to tell someone, even if that someone is just the silence between these pages. It started with that room, or maybe it ended there. Time moves differently now, circles back on itself like water down a drain. I can't tell you when exactly. Months ago, years. The calendar on my wall shows dates, but they blur together, meaningless scratches on paper. The fan, I keep thinking about the fan, how it stopped the moment I crossed the threshold, not slowing down like fans do when you flip the switch, just stopping, complete stillness. Like the air itself had been holding its breath, waiting for me to leave. But I didn't leave, did I? Not really. I've been carrying that room with me ever since. In my chest, behind my ribs, a hollow space that echoes with the memory of that whisper-quiet air. Sometimes I wake up and I can feel it there, that coolness ghosting across my skin, even when the heat is unbearable and sweat sticks my shirt to my back. You have to understand I was normal before, whatever normal means. I paid bills and bought groceries and complained about traffic like everyone else. I had routines. patterns that made sense. But patterns can break, can't they? Like the ones on that rug, twisted and wrong, refusing to align no matter how many times I tried to straighten them with my foot. I tried to straighten them over and over, kneeling there on the floor, running my hands along the edges, but they kept shifting. The threads wouldn't hold their place, as if the very fabric of the thing was rejecting order, rejecting my attempts to make it right. That should have been my first warning, but you don't recognize warnings when you're living them, do you? They only make sense later, when you're sitting alone in the dark, writing letters you'll never send to people who wouldn't understand anyway. The air in that room, it pressed against my ears like it was trying to tell me something, like it had been waiting so long to speak, and finally someone was there to listen. But I wasn't ready to hear it. I don't think anyone could be ready for what that silence was trying to say. Now I hear it everywhere, in the spaces between heartbeats, in the pause before the phone rings, in the gap between sleeping and waking when your mind hasn't quite decided which world is real. It follows me, or maybe I follow it. I can't tell anymore. Last week was it last week? I caught my reflection in a store window, and for just a moment, just a split second, I didn't recognize the person staring back. Not because I looked different, but because I looked empty, like something essential had been scooped out, leaving only the shell behind. The clerk asked if I was all right. Her voice sounded far away, like she was calling to me from across a great distance. I tried to answer, but my mouth felt full of that cool air, that whisper quiet nothing that had been living in my lungs ever since I left that room. Or tried to leave it. Because I don't think I ever really did, you see. I think part of me is still there, kneeling on that twisted rug, trying to make the patterns align while the fan blades hang motionless above my head. And part of that room came with me, settled into my bones like dust, like memory, like a truth too big to swallow, but impossible to spit out. People look through me now, not at me through me, like I'm made of glass or air or the space between things. My neighbor hasn't waved in weeks. The barista at the coffee shop asks my name every time, even though I've been going there for years, even though nothing about me has changed. Nothing visible anyway. But I feel it, the change. It lives in the hollow space behind my ribs, in the coolness that ghosts across my skin when I'm alone, in the way shadows fall differently around me now. Longer, darker, like they're trying to cover something up. I dream about that line now, the one that flickered, the one that held the truth I wasn't ready to face. In my dreams, it's brighter, more insistent. It pulses like a heartbeat, like a warning, like a door that's been left slightly ajar. In my dreams, I can see what's on the other side. But I wake up before I can understand what I'm seeing. Wake up with that cool air in my lungs and the taste of secrets on my tongue, and the certainty that something fundamental has shifted in the architecture of my world. Maybe I'm losing my mind. Maybe that's the simplest explanation. Maybe there was no room, no fan, no rug with patterns that wouldn't align. Maybe it's all just neurons misfiring, synapses creating stories to explain why I feel so displaced, so untethered from the world I used to know. But if that's true, then why can I still feel it? That whisper of air against my skin, cool and patient and waiting. Why does my foot still remember the texture of that rug, the way it shifted under my weight like something alive? Why do I catch glimpses of that flickering line in my peripheral vision, bright and urgent and full of truths I'm not brave enough to face? I've stopped trying to explain it, stopped trying to make it make sense. Some things exist beyond the reach of sense, in the spaces between what we know and what we feel, in the pause between one breath and the next. I'm disappearing, not all at once, that would be too easy, too clean, slowly, like ink fading from old paper, like footprints in sand, like the last echo of a voice calling from a room you can never find again. The people who used to know me are forgetting, not choosing to forget, just forgetting, like I was never quite real to begin with, like I was always just a half-remembered dream, a face glimpsed in a crowd, a name on the tip of someone's tongue that never quite makes it to speech. Maybe that's what the room was trying to tell me. Maybe that's the truth that flickered in that line, the secret the air was whispering against my ears, that some of us are never meant to stay, that some of us are just passing through, temporary visitors in a world that was never really ours to begin with. I can feel myself becoming lighter, less substantial, like I'm made of the same cool air that ghosted across my skin in that room, the same whisper-quiet nothing that lives in the spaces between things. Soon I think I'll be gone entirely, not dead, that's too solid, too final, just elsewhere, in the place where fan blades hang motionless and patterns refuse to align, and the air holds secrets it's been waiting forever to tell. If you find this letter, if you're reading these words, then maybe there's still enough of me left to leave something behind. Some proof that I was here, that I existed, that I touched the world even if the world has forgotten the shape of my fingers. Or maybe you won't find it at all. Maybe it will fade like everything else, like the memory of my face, like the sound of my voice, like the weight I used to carry in the world. Maybe that's better. Maybe some truths are too heavy for anyone else to bear. The air is getting cooler now. I can feel it pressing against my ears, patient and persistent and full of promises I'm finally ready to hear. The line is flickering brighter, calling me back to the room where the fan blades wait in perfect stillness and the patterns on the rug twist in ways that make sense only to the spaces between things. I think I'm ready now, ready to stop fighting the truth that's been trying to reach me ever since I first felt that whisper of cool air against my skin. Ready to let the patterns be what they are instead of what I think they should be. Ready to go home. If you remember me at all, remember this. The world is bigger than we think, stranger, full of rooms we're not meant to enter and truths we're not equipped to understand. But sometimes, if you're very quiet, if you listen to the spaces between heartbeats, you can hear it whispering. The air knows things, the shadows know things. The line between what is and what might be flickers with possibilities too vast for any one person to hold. I'm letting go now, becoming air, becoming whisper, becoming the cool touch of something that was never quite there to begin with. Don't look for me, I won't be anywhere you can find. But sometimes, when the fan blades stop their restless spinning and the air grows still and patient, you might feel something brush against your skin. Something cool and gentle and full of secrets. That will be me, trying to tell you what I learned in the room, where patterns refuse to align and truth flickers like light on water. Listen carefully. The air has so much to say. Story 10. It always began with the shuffle of feet, a whisper of movement past my door. Every morning just before dawn the footsteps would approach, tread softly in a defined rhythm of 3 steps, then vanish. It was a sequence I barely noticed, more a shade in the tapestry of the morning's quiet, until last month when the sound lingered an extra beat, hesitated as if reconsidering its path. This morning the shuffle resumed as usual, but the 4th step never came. The absence left a hollow echo, and in its void a question took root. What if it's headed somewhere else now? I've been carrying this story inside me for so long that speaking it feels like pulling splinters from beneath my skin. My voice catches on words I thought I'd forgotten, trembles on details that have lived in the dark corners of my memory for years. I've started to tell people before, opened my mouth and felt the words dissolve before they could take shape. But sitting here now, thousands of miles from where it happened, I think I'm finally ready. Or maybe I'm just tired of being the only one who knows. The apartment was nothing special. Third floor of a converted warehouse, windows that faced east toward the industrial district where the morning light came filtered through smokestacks and power lines. I'd been living there for months, settling into the kind of routine that makes time feel elastic. I worked nights at a data center across town, monitoring servers that hummed their electronic lullabies while the city slept. During the day, I'd come home to silence so complete it felt like being underwater. I liked the isolation then, liked the way the building seemed to breathe around me, settling into its bones with creaks and sighs that became familiar as my own heartbeat. The other tenants were ghosts, existing only as muffled sounds through thin walls and occasional shadows in the stairwell. I thought I preferred it that way. The first time I noticed something was wrong, I was standing at my kitchen sink, washing a single plate under water that ran too hot. The building's plumbing had always been temperamental, but this was different. The water scalded my hands, and when I jerked them back, I caught my reflection in the window above the sink. Except the reflection moved a fraction of a second too late, like it was trying to catch up with my actual motion. I stood there for a long moment, staring at my own face in the glass, waiting for it to happen again. But reflections don't repeat their mistakes, do they? They're just physics, light bouncing off surfaces in predictable patterns. I told myself I was tired, that pulling 12-hour shifts in a windowless room was playing tricks with my perception. I dried my hands and went to bed, but sleep felt thin that day, punctured by dreams I couldn't quite remember. The sounds started a few days later, not the usual building sounds, the ones that had become white noise in my daily routine. These were different, purposeful. A low hum that seemed to come from inside the walls themselves, rising and falling like breathing. At first, I only noticed it in the early morning hours just before I'd fall asleep. I'd lie there listening, trying to locate the source, but it seemed to move around the apartment, following no pattern I could understand. I began keeping a mental catalog of the strange occurrences. The way my phone would sometimes display the time incorrectly, showing hours that hadn't happened yet before correcting itself. How the fluorescent light in my bathroom would flicker in sequences of 3, pause, then repeat. The sweet, metallic taste that would coat my mouth whenever I stood near the electrical panel in my hallway, like I was breathing in copper dust. But the most unsettling thing was how normal everything felt between these moments. I'd wake up in the afternoon and make coffee, and the apartment would seem perfectly ordinary. Sunlight would stream through my windows at the proper angle, my reflection would behave exactly as it should, and I'd almost convince myself that I was imagining everything. Almost. The isolation I'd once craved began to feel different, heavier, like the silence wasn't just absence but presence, something actively listening. I found myself moving more quietly through my own space, unconsciously trying not to disturb whatever might be paying attention. When I'd come home from work in the mornings, I'd pause at my door, key halfway to the lock, seized by the irrational certainty that something was waiting for me inside. I started noticing patterns in the electronic equipment around me. My laptop would run hot even when it wasn't processing anything demanding, its fan spinning at maximum speed while displaying a desktop with nothing open. The digital clock on my microwave would occasionally skip minutes, jumping from one time to another without the intervening seconds. My phone would receive calls from my own number, and when I'd answer, I'd hear nothing but that same low hum I'd been hearing in the walls. The pressure in my chest began around this time, a weight that would settle behind my ribs whenever I was near anything electronic. At work, surrounded by servers and monitors, it became almost unbearable. I'd find myself stepping outside into the parking lot, gasping for air that tasted of ozone and exhaust, pressing my palm against my sternum to relieve the sensation that something was trying to push its way out from inside. My supervisor noticed my distraction, asked if everything was all right, if I needed time off. I almost told him then, almost opened my mouth and let the whole strange catalog spill out. But how do you explain that your reflection is running late, that your walls are breathing, that every electronic device in your vicinity seems to be trying to communicate something you can't understand? Instead, I said I was fine, just tired, and he nodded with the kind of understanding that meant he didn't believe me but wouldn't press. The night everything changed, I was sitting at my kitchen table, eating takeout from a container that had gone cold while I stared at my laptop screen. I've been trying to research what I was experiencing, typing phrases like electrical sensitivity and building settling sounds into search engines, but the results felt inadequate, clinical. They described symptoms without capturing the essential wrongness of what was happening. That's when the lights went out. Not just in my apartment, but in the entire building. I could see through my windows that the neighboring buildings still had power, their windows glowing like scattered stars, but my building had gone completely dark. I sat in the sudden blackness, listening to the hum of electronics winding down, waiting for the emergency lighting to kick in. It never did. Instead, there was a sound I'd never heard before. A high-pitched tone that seemed to come from everywhere at once, rising in frequency until it reached the edge of hearing and then kept climbing into ranges I could feel rather than hear. My skin prickled with goosebumps, every hair on my body standing at attention. The pressure in my chest intensified until I could barely breathe. And then I saw the light. Not electric light, not the warm glow of bulbs or the harsh flicker of fluorescence. This was something else entirely, a white brilliance that seemed to seep through the walls themselves, outlining the apartment in sharp detail while somehow casting no shadows. Everything was visible but wrong, like looking at a photograph negative of my own life. In that impossible light, I could see them. Figures moving through my apartment with fluid, purposeful motions. They were tall and thin, their proportions slightly off in ways that made my eyes water when I tried to focus on them directly. They moved without sound, gliding between my furniture, examining my possessions with what seemed like scientific curiosity. One stood at my bookshelf, running elongated fingers along the spines. Another was at my desk, studying my laptop with its head tilted at an angle no human neck could achieve. I tried to move, to stand, to run, but my body wouldn't respond. I was frozen in my chair, a passenger in my own flesh, watching as these beings cataloged my life with methodical precision. The one at my desk turned to look at me, and I saw that where its face should be, there was only a smooth surface that reflected that strange white light like polished metal. The tone in the air shifted, dropping to frequencies I could feel in my bones. The figures began to move toward me, and I understood with crystalline clarity that this had been building for weeks. The sounds in the walls, the malfunctioning electronics, the sense of being watched, all of it had been preparation for this moment. They had been studying me, learning my patterns, waiting for the right time. The last thing I remember clearly is the sensation of being lifted, though I couldn't tell if it was physical or something else entirely. The apartment fell away beneath me, or perhaps I fell away from it. The distinction didn't seem to matter anymore. I woke up 3 days later in a hospital bed, 2 states away from where I'd been living. The doctors said a neighbor had found me unconscious on a park bench, no identification, no memory of how I'd gotten there. They ran tests, asked questions I couldn't answer, and eventually released me to the care of a distant relative who drove down to collect me like I was a piece of lost luggage. The official explanation was exhaustion, possibly a psychotic break brought on by stress and isolation. The doctors prescribed rest, therapy, medication to help with what they called anxiety-induced hallucinations. I took their pills and nodded at their explanations, but I knew they were wrong. What happened to me wasn't a breakdown, it was contact. I never went back to that apartment, never even called to collect my belongings. I moved in with my relative, found a new job, tried to build a life that felt normal. But normal is a luxury I lost that night. The pressure in my chest never went away completely. Electronic devices still make me uncomfortable, their screens flickering just slightly when I'm near, their speakers occasionally emitting that same high-pitched tone I heard in the darkness. My dreams are different now. Instead of the forgettable fragments that used to dissolve with morning light, I have vivid, persistent visions of that white brilliance, of figures moving through spaces I've never seen but somehow recognize. I wake up with the taste of metal in my mouth and the certainty that I've been somewhere else, somewhere far from my bed. The worst part is the knowledge that it's not over. Whatever happened to me that night, whatever those beings were doing in my apartment, it was just the beginning. I can feel them sometimes at the edges of my perception, watching and waiting. When I'm alone in a room and the lights flicker, when my phone rings and there's nothing but silence on the other end, when I catch my reflection moving just a fraction too late, I know they're still there. I've told myself that distance is protection, that moving away from that place would be enough. But geography doesn't matter when you're carrying the connection inside you. They marked me somehow, left something behind that I can't remove or forget. Every electronic device I touch, every shadow that falls wrong, every moment of silence that stretches too long reminds me that I'm not the same person who walked into that apartment months ago. Sometimes I wonder if telling this story is a mistake, if speaking about it will draw their attention back to me. But the silence has become its own kind of prison, and I'm tired of being the only one who knows. I'm tired of carrying this alone. As I finish recording this, my laptop screen flickers once, twice, then stabilizes. The room feels colder than it did when I started, and I can hear that familiar hum beginning to build in the walls around me. My chest tightens with the old pressure, and I know that speaking hasn't freed me from anything. If anything, I think I've just reminded them where to find me.